Session resumed. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to take up additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading as well as communications and committee reports.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Secretary General, please proceed, ma'am. Thank you.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill number 8421, establishing the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Program by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8422, strengthening the National Agriculture and Fisheries Extension System by Representative
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food and Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 8423, amending the Subscriber Identity Module Registration Act by Representative Galang.
To the Committee on Information, Communication, Technology.
House Bill number 8424, amending the Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund Act by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell and Tulfo Jocelyn.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8425, mandating the establishment of Fisherfolk Resettlement Area by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell and Tulfo Jocelyn.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 8426, strengthening the regulatory powers of the NFA to support the rice industry and ensure consumer protection by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell and Tulfo Jocelyn.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8427, providing for the acquisition of Philippine citizenship for certain aliens by administrative naturalization by Representatives Erice.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 8428, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Community Media Network, Inc. by Representative Yap Arthur.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill number 8429, simplifying the documentary for accessing assistance requirements by Representatives Hernandez Charis. House Bill number 8430, disqualifying relatives of public officials within the fourth civil degree of consanguinity and affinity in all government contracts by Representative Hernandez Charis Ann.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number for early voting by qualified senior citizens, PWDs, lawyers, and human resources for health in national and local elections by Representative Hernandez Charis Ann.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 8432, converting the Bagak Medicare Community Hospital in Bagak, Bataan into the Bagak General Hospital by Representative Garcia Maria Angela.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8433, strengthening the universal health care system by rationalizing the devolution of health services by Representative Garcia Maria Angela.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8434, simplifying documentary requirements for accessing government financial assistance by Representatives Garcia Dante and Tereng.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill number 8435, further strengthening the Anti-Money Laundering Council by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 8436, mandating the establishment of animal-inclusive evacuation plans and designated safe spaces in every municipality and city by Representative Legacion.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill number 8437, establishing a unified electronic medical records for all patients of public hospitals and clinics under the DOH by Representative Legacion.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8438, establishing the National Autism Center of the Philippines under the DOH by Representative Legacion.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8439, establishing a center for autism in every province and highly urbanized city by Representative Legacion.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8440, promoting agricultural courses, incentivizing enrollment, strengthening the future agricultural workforce, and formally establishing a supplementary assistance program for agricultural students by Representative Legacion.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bills numbered 8441, 8442, 8443, 8444, 8445, 8446, 8447, and 8448, establishing barangay digital resource centers and e-libraries in certain municipalities in Camarines Sur by Representative Legacion.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 844, mandating the full disclosure of government transactions through the establishment of a digital budget portal by Representatives Ismula, Diokno, Sendanya, and Bagao.
To the Committee on Information, Communications, Technology.
House Bill number 8450, declaring December 23 of every year a special non-working holiday in Mayantok, Tarlac to commemorate its foundation anniversary by Representative Kongwangko Jaime Eduardo Mark.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8451, declaring January 27 of every year a special non-working holiday in Santa Ignacia, Tarlac to commemorate its foundation anniversary by Representative Kongwangko Jaime Eduardo Mark.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8452, declaring March 20 of every year a special non-working holiday in Mayantok, Tarlac in celebration of the Rag-O Manalon Festival by Representative Kongwangko Jaime Eduardo Mark.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8453, establishing the Private Nurse Retention Subsidy Program by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8454, renaming the Region 1 Medical Center in Dagupan, Pangasinan to Speaker Jose C. De Venecia Jr. Memorial Medical Center by Representative Celeste Kongwangko Mark, Arenas, Gico, and Primicia Sagabas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8455, establishing in Giginto, Bulacan, the Giginto National Science High School by Representative Cruz Agatha.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 8456, establishing the GovTech Philippines Corporation as a GOCC by Representatives Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Oribata, and Ridon.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises, Privatization, and Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill number 8462, declaring February 22 of every year a special non-working holiday in Socorro, Surigao del Norte in celebration of its founding anniversary by Representative Matugas.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8465, providing for the temporary suspension of the VAT on petroleum products during periods of extraordinary global oil price increases by Representative Banyas Nograles.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8467, establishing the Surrogacy Regulation Board by Representatives Odocado and Swansing Bella Vanessa.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 84, Internal Revenue Code of 1997, providing a temporary excise tax adjustment mechanism on petroleum products subject to excise tax by Representative Abante.
Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8479, further restructuring the excise tax on alcohol and tobacco products by Representative Abante.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8480, promoting inclusive entrepreneurship and employment for sustainable development among 4Ps adult beneficiaries by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill number 8481, providing for a 200 peso daily wage increase for minimum wage workers in the private sector by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 8482, institutionalizing and strengthening the national cybersecurity framework by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
Eight four eight two. Yeah. Number 30. Thank you. To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 8483, creating the Department of Disaster Resilience by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience and Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill number 8484, providing for early voting by qualified senior citizens, PWDs, lawyers, and human resources for health in national and local elections by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 8485, further promoting and valuing the role of legitimate husbands and fathers during the early days of their child's birth by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 8486, establishing a nursing home for qualified homeless and abandoned senior citizens in every city or municipality in the Philippines by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 8487, institutionalizing the people's right to information by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill number 8488, strengthening local sports programs to develop young athletes by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill number 8489, establishing the Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8490, regulating harbor pilotage services and the conduct of harbor pilots in all ports in the Philippines, by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8491, regulating the sale of motor vehicles by requiring a proof of parking space or garage facility from motor vehicle buyers, by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8492, establishing an agriculture information system in all cities and municipalities, by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8493, establishing a national economic decentralization plan to facilitate further growth in all regions of the Philippines, by Representative Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill number 8494, establishing an automatic fuel tax relief and pump price subsidy mechanism during extraordinary global oil price surges, by Representative Erice.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8495, appropriating the sum of 52,800,000,000 pesos as supplemental appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for the purpose of funding fiscal protections for vulnerable sectors to prevent long-term economic contraction during the 2026 Middle East crisis, by Representatives Diokno, Sendanya, Ismula, and Bagao.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Resolutions. House Resolution 866, urging the House of Representatives through the Committee on Health to conduct an investigation into the unpaid medical allowance of health workers of the GOCC specialty hospitals, by Representatives Tino, Elago, and Co.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 867, directing the appropriate committee of the House to conduct an inquiry into the seizure by the BOC of undeclared cigarettes worth approximately 235 million pesos at the port of Batangas, by Representative Valeriano.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 868, calling for the creation of a Quinta Committee to address the national emergency on adolescent pregnancy, by Representative Gonzales Alaisa Micaela.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 869, earnestly urging the PSA to immediately conduct a census of Filipino Muslims and non-Muslim indigenous peoples in the Philippines, by Representative Mangudadatu.
To the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
House Resolution 870, commending and congratulating Justin Xavier D. Du, Zeke Xavier T. Ganaban, Zaya Cheryl T. Ganaban, Samantha Georgia T. Castro, Ryan Kate N. Palisok, students of Edna's Group of Schools, for winning gold and silver medals in the Tournament of Champions of the World Scholars Cup held at Yale University, Connecticut, United States of America, last November 6 to 12, 2025, by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution 871, congratulating and commending Dr. Norma A. Respicio for her invaluable contributions to the Philippine textile industry through her scholarly works recognizing local textile and traditional arts, by Representative Barba.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution 872, congratulating and commending Chef Miguel Miggy Cabel Moreno for earning 2 Michelin Guide 2026 Bib Gourmand distinctions for Palm Grill and Cabel, by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution 873, the DOTR, the DA, the DOE, and other relevant agencies to expand the fuel subsidy program to other vulnerable sectors amid the continuing oil price hike resulting from the escalating United States-Iran conflict, by Representatives Sendanya, Diokno, Ismula, and Bagao.
Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution 874, urging the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., to certify as urgent a bill temporarily suspending the implementation of VAT on petroleum products in view of global crude price volatility and economic distress, by Representative Banyas Nograles.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Resolution 875, directing the Committees on Energy, Economic Affairs, and such other appropriate committees of the House to conduct an inquiry into the effectiveness of government policies and programs under the Philippine Energy Plan to achieve energy independence, secure a stable and affordable energy supply, and safeguard the country from volatile global oil prices, by Representatives Diokno, Sendanya, Ismula, and Bagao.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 876, commending and congratulating Joyce Ann G. Tan for her remarkable achievement in winning the gold medal for athletics at the Regional State Colleges and Universities Athletic Association meet held from February 21 to 27, 2026 in Nueva Ecija, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 877, directing the appropriate House committees to call for immediate investigation into the construction and development activities within Laguna de Bay red zone areas in San Pedro, Laguna, particularly the construction and flooding impacts associated with the South Fairway subdivision in Barangay Landayan, by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 878, resolution expressing the support of the House of Representatives for the religious freedom of the Tibetan people and their autonomy in recognition of the future reincarnation of the Dalai Lama, by Representatives Amatong and Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Resolution 879, urging temporary toll fee reductions on the National Expressway network amid extraordinary global oil price volatility to mitigate rising transport and logistics costs, by Representative Valeriano.
The Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution 880, commending and congratulating Filipino gymnast Carl Jarrell Eldrew Pokis Yulo for bringing honor and pride to the Philippines for winning the gold medal in the men's floor exercise event at the 2026 FIG Artistic Gymnastics World Cup held in Antalya, Turkey, by Representative Hernandez Charis Ann.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 881, commending and congratulating the Philippine National Billiards team composed of Carlo Biado, Rubilen Amit Cheska Centenio, and Jeffrey Roda for winning the 2026 World Pool Billiard Association World Teams 10-Ball Championship held at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, United States, and for bringing honor and pride to the Philippines, by Representative Charis Ann Hernandez.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 882, urging the temporary suspension or reduction of toll fees on major expressways in light of surging global oil prices brought by the escalating conflict in the Middle East, by Representative Momo.
To the Committee on Transportation.
Communication. Letters dated March 5 and 6, 2026 of BSB Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House of Representatives duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, and 205, submitted by the Committees on Tourism and Appropriations on House Bills numbered 8562, 8563, 42, 8564, 901, 8565, 8566, 1663, 1664, 1665, 1666, 1667, 1668, 1669, 1672, 8568, 8569, 8570, 2928, 8571, 8572, 8573, 8574, 8575, and 1005 respectively. Committee reports number 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, and 213, submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education and Appropriations on House Bills 8577, 8578, 8579, 8580, 851, 8582, 8583, and 8584 respectively.
The aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority
may
Leader.
we acknowledge the guests of Majority Leader Honorable Ferdinand Alexander Marcos, His Excellency Endo Kazuya, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to the Philippines.
To the guests in the gallery, His Excellency Endo Katsuya, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to the Philippines. On behalf of Speaker Faustino Boji D. III, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we also acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Solomon Chungalao from Mayoyao, Ifugao. These are the SK Chairpersons, SK Municipal Federation President Gian Latrauna, SK Pedro Lagahe Jr., SK William Dulnuan Jr., From the local Youth Development Office, Hannah Suzette Uchayan, and Local Youth Development Council, Baham Uchayan, Prixus Balyogan, Norman Bayonia, Ephraim Langbayan, Carl Chilagan, Saida Ngayaan, Jim Padchanan, and from the Local Youth Development Council of Aguinaldo Ifugao, Jaren Maanaw, and Jackie Sabello.
To the guests of Attorney Solomon R. Chungalaw, representative of the Long District of Baguio, or I'm sorry, Ifugao, guests of Mayoyaw, Ifugao, you're over there. Welcome to the House of Representatives on behalf of our Speaker, Speaker Faustino Bogie III. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat. Thank you. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, may we also acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Laila de Lima of Mamamayang Liberal or ML Party List. These are the 92 undergraduate students taking Bachelor of Science in Forestry from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, headed by their two professors, namely Professor Rose Jane Peras and Professor Adrian Albano.
To the guests of Mamayang Liberal ML Party List, Representative Laila M. de Lima, the undergraduate students, Forestry of the UPLB, on behalf of our Speaker, Speaker Faustino Bogie III, welcome to the House of Representatives. Magandang hapon. Maraming salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the guests of Honorable Crispin Diego D. Remulla. They are guests from Naik Cavite, my constituents, the participants of the Next Gen Naik Leaders Program.
Saan sila? Over there. To the guests of our Deputy Majority Leader, Crispin Diego D. Remulla, 7th District of Cavite. Naik Cavite, participants of Next Gen Naik Leaders Program. On behalf of our Speaker, Faustino Bogie III, welcome to the House of Representatives. Magandang hapon sa inyo. Next Gen. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a question of privilege.
Yes, Attorney Rog, what is the nature of your of this privilege?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to talk of a pressing matter that affects the integrity and the duties of this House.
Okay. The gentleman you will have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll keep this short. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege to call attention to a glaring injustice in the recent fare adjustment measures approved by the Land Transportation, Franchising, and Regulatory Board. A measure that is intended to cushion transport operators and drivers from skyrocketing diesel and gasoline costs, which threaten to push many beyond 100 pesos per liter and to align with previous minimum wage adjustments across the regions. Amid the escalating fuel prices triggered by the ongoing tensions in the Middle East, the LTFRB has rightly responded by granting fare increases to various public utility vehicles. These include public utility jeepneys, metro and city buses, provincial buses, airport taxis, transport network vehicle services for cars, and point-to-point services. The adjustments range from 8% to as high as 20% or more in some categories. For instance, the base fare for traditional PUJs rising from 13 pesos to 14 pesos for the first 4 kilometers, metro air-conditioned buses seeing a 20% increase on initial fares, and TNVS sedans getting a substantial base fare hike from 45 pesos to 65. Yet, conspicuously and unjustly left out from these relief efforts are our motorcycle taxi riders and our hardworking delivery riders. I dare ask, Mr. Speaker, bakit po? Mr. Speaker, tulad po ng mga jeepney at provincial bus drivers, ang mga motorcycle taxi riders rin po natin ay apektado ng pataas ng presyo ng produktong petrolyo. Sila rin po ay apektado sa pagtaas ng presyo ng spare parts and maintenance. Hindi rin po sila exempted sa pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin, that every Filipino household now endures. This representation believes that hindi dapat mapag-iwanan ang mga motorcycle taxi riders at ang mga delivery riders. Mr. Speaker, as the whole of government works together to address these pressing challenges through fuel subsidies for some sectors, provisional fare hikes for others, and broader economic measures, let us remember that motorcycle taxi riders and delivery riders deserve equitable support and recognition. They navigate the same congested roads, bear the same fuel burdens, endure the same risks on our streets, and serve millions of Filipinos. To exclude them is not only unfair, it risks driving these essential workers into deeper financial distress, potentially disturbing services that many vulnerable sectors rely on. I therefore call on the LTFRB, the Department of Transportation, and this Honorable House to immediately 1. Review and approve reasonable fare adjustments for motorcycle taxi services that reflect the current economic realities without burdening commuters excessively. Second, extend targeted subsidies, fuel assistance, or other forms of support specifically to motorcycle riders and delivery personnel to help mitigate the impact of price volatility. And third, conduct inclusive consultations with rider organizations, including those represented by our sector, to ensure their voices shape future policies on transportation and livelihood protection. Mr. Speakers, our riders are not asking for privileges. Hindi po special treatment ang hinihiling po nila. They are asking for fairness and inclusion. Supporting them aligns with our shared commitment to economic recovery, just practices, and inclusive growth. The party list stands firmly with our motorcycle riders and delivery riders, and we will continue to advocate tirelessly until equity is achieved. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for honorable colleagues for the time.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Attorney Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, One Rider Party List. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Roger Gutierrez from One Rider Party List to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
There's a motion to refer the speech as stated. Any objection? Chair hears none. That is hereby referred. Motion is approved. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resume. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Ronald Singson from the 1st District of Ilocos Sur. These are the delegation of Bachelor of Arts in Political Science students from the University of Northern Philippines, or UNP. These guests are headed by their professors, Ms. Crizel Paz, Mr. Ismael Rivera, Ms. Ciela Marie Pacopia, and Ms. May Angeline Salvador Garcia.
To the delegation of the Bachelor of Arts in Political Science students of the UNP, University of Northern Philippines, on behalf of our Speaker, Faustino Bojidi III, welcome to the House of Representatives. They are the guests of 1st District, Ilocos Sur, Ronald V. Singson. Magandang hapon. Majority Leader?
Mr. Seat of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 8220 and Senate Bill number 1823, resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Majority Leader. There is a motion to ratify said Conference Committee report. All those in favor for the concurrence of committee report say aye.
Aye.
Those who against it say nay. Wala. The ayes have it. The said conference committee report is ratified. Majority Leader, please. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 8389 as contained in Committee Report number 143, submitted by the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 8389, an act prohibiting political dynasties in national and local elective offices.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and the chairperson of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, the Honorable Zia Adyong from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, be recognized to begin the sponsorship of the measure.
There's
So
a
moved.
motion to open as stated, hereby approved. We now recognize the chair of the Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, Sia Lonto Adyong, 1st District, Lanao del Sur. Mr. Sponsor, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to sponsor House Bill 8389, or an act prohibiting political dynasties in national and local elective offices. Mr. Speaker, today we have the opportunity to make history. Today we fulfill a long-standing constitutional mandate, 40 years in the making. A mandate which the House, led by Speaker Faustino Bojidi III and Majority Leader Sandro Marcos, have set forth as one of our highest legislative priorities. A sentiment which was echoed by President Ferdinand Bongbong R. Marcos Jr. in placing it as a top LEDAC priority. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution is unequivocal in its guidance. Under the 1987 Philippine Constitution, Article 2, Section 26 states that the state shall guarantee equal access to opportunities for public service and prohibit political dynasties as may be defined by law. In that single provision, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, gives us both a mandate and a limitation. First, it requires that the state guarantee equal access to opportunities for public service. Second, it directs that political dynasties be prohibited. But crucially, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does not itself define what constitutes a political dynasty. Instead, it grants Congress the limited authority to define it through legislation so that the prohibition may be implemented. However, the power given to Congress is not absolute. It is a power that must operate within the broader framework of the Constitution itself. Any definition we can craft must therefore respect and coexist with other constitutional guarantees, including the sovereignty of the people under Article 2, Section 1, the equal protection of laws under Article 3, Section 1, and the qualifications and rights of voters and candidates under Article 5 on suffrage, and the universal right to suffrage as recognized in the United Nations International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Section 25, Paragraph B. Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, in discussing what is meant by sovereignty of the people, Justice Barredo, in his opinion in Gonzales versus Comelec, elucidated that, I quote, "The Philippines is a republic because and solely because the people in it can be governed only by officials whom they themselves have placed in office by their votes," unquote. He earmarked that, quote, "Genuine democracy thrives only where the power and right of the people to elect the men to whom they would entrust the privilege to run affairs of the state exists," unquote. In other words, Mr. Speaker, our task is not simply to write the most restrictive definition possible. Our responsibility is to craft a definition that is constitutional, workable, and capable of withstanding scrutiny here in the plenary session and in the courts. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is designed with precisely that objective. It uses the limited authority granted to Congress by the Constitution to define political dynasties in a manner that enables their prohibition while remaining fully consistent with the other rights and principles enshrined in our fundamental law. Mr. Speaker, this measure is the product of careful deliberation and extensive consultation. The committee conducted 3 formal hearings to examine the various proposals and constitutional issues surrounding this reform. Beyond the halls of Congress, we also went directly to the people. We held 3 national public consultations across the country and heard diverse perspectives from different regions. These consultations were conducted in Carmona City in Cavite, in Porlozon, in Cebu City in Visayas, for Visayas, and in Cagayan de Oro City for Mindanao. In each of these consultations, we heard a wide range of views from citizens, academics, civil society groups, election experts, local officials, constitutional framers, and ordinary voters. Some called for stricter prohibitions, while others opposed the measure outright. Others raised legitimate constitutional concerns. Many emphasized the importance of balancing electoral reforms with the democratic right of the people to choose their leaders. Mr. Speaker, these discussions reaffirmed an important reality. The challenge before Congress is constitutional, legal, and deeply practical. That is why this measure is grounded and pragmatic. It seeks to advance the constitutional directive to prohibit political dynasties while preserving the democratic foundations upon which our republic stands. Mr. Speaker, the challenge before us is to translate a constitutional aspiration into a practical and legally sound framework. This bill represents a careful and deliberate step toward fulfilling that mandate. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully and humble ask for the support of this august chamber on this proposed reform. Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. At now I am ready to respond to any questions from the floor.
Maraming salamat. Sukran, Mr. Sponsor, Representative Zia Lonto Adyong. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize our Minority Leader, the Honorable Representative Barcelino C. Libanan, for his interpellation.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Our Minority Leader, the four-piece party list, Congressman Libanan, you are now recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I ask the distinguished sponsor if he would accept interpellations on this measure?
Mr. Speaker, I'd be more gladly to accept the questions of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, una po ay gusto pong i-congratulate ang ating sponsor, ating majority, dahil 37 years na ito na nasa konstitusyon natin at ngayon lang dumating sa plenaryo itong bill na ito. Kaya po ay hangad po natin ay mabigyang kahulugan at buhay ang provision na ito ng Article 2 to Section 26 of our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, in the definition of terms, political dynasty refers to the concentration, consolidation, and dominance of elective political power by spouses or persons related to one another. Pero sa proposed bill, Mr. Speaker, wala dito yung specific na definition ng political dynasty. Dalawa po ang ugali ng political dynasty. Yung isa, simultaneous na kumakandidato at nananalo or namumuno, sabay-sabay. Yan ang simultaneous. Yan pangalawa ay successive, pababa, sunod-sunod na dinodominate ng isang pamilya. Napansin ko po na ang bill na ito ay sa sabay-sabay ang pinoprohibit, pero yung sunod-sunod na pababa or in succession ay wala po sa bill. What could be the rationale behind or the reason for this bill, for this provision in the proposed bill?
Mr. Speaker, again, during my initial remarks, my opening statement, Mr. Speaker, we understand that this is a very challenging discussion to discuss in the first place, because though the Constitution speaks about under Section Article 2, Section 26 of the 1987 Constitution, ensuring that the state shall provide equal access to opportunities, meaning to say it does not qualify whether you are from one family or another family, or based on tribe, family member, or religion, but it then also qualifies a certain provision where it speaks about the prohibition of a political dynasty. What we understood it, Mr. Speaker, is that the general rule as far as the Constitution is concerned, is to allow equal access for the opportunity for public service, Mr. Chief Speaker. And then the exemption is to create an anti-political dynasty, primarily in order to avoid a concentration of power exercised by one family within one particular locality, Mr. Speaker. So the question of the good minority leader is that the anti-political dynasty as being proposed in this current draft, Mr. Speaker, is to address directly to the issue on concentration of powers, meaning it has all LGUs, all communities within the country should not be controlled by one family alone. It should be diversified to allow other family members and other sectors participate in an electoral reform so that we would have to uphold the real essence of check and balances. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if the mayor is the husband and the wife is the vice mayor. That would exactly, Mr. Speaker, threaten the check and balances, which basically erodes transparency and accountability, which are the very essence of a democratic country such as ours, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. On the issue of succession, Mr. Speaker, we also balance it out with several articles in the Constitution, particularly the issue on the right to vote and to be voted upon. Mr. Speaker, there are several bases why we think, Mr. Speaker, that the concentration of power should be the primacy and the primordial concern of an anti-political dynasty measure, because as many bases, as we have used in many bases, not only in the Constitution, Article 5, the right of suffrage, but there are also that Section 1, Article Article 1, Section 26 on the Constitution, stating, Mr. Speaker, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the mandate of the under Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, it states that the Philippines is a democratic and republican state. Sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanates from them, Mr. Speaker. The very fact, Mr. Speaker, that we are a republican, democratic, and republican state and many other international covenants and treaties also speaks about this nature. And I would like to also point out that under Article 21 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it states that everyone has the right to take part in the government of this country directly or through freely chosen representatives. Everyone has the right of equal access to public service in this country. The will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This shall be expressed in periodic and genuine election, which shall be the universal and equal suffrage and shall be held by secret vote or by equivalent free voting procedures, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 25, it states, Mr. Speaker, that every citizen shall have a right to and the opportunity without any distinction, Mr. Speaker, to vote and to be voted upon, to take part in the conduct of public affairs directly or through freely chosen representatives, to vote and to be elected at the genuine periodic elections, which shall be universal and equal, and shall be held by secret balloting, guaranteeing the free expression to the will of the electors. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, what we have trying to impose based on this current draft is to address directly the issue of the concentration of powers. As to any preventions or any prohibitions or restrictions when it comes to the right of the people to vote and to be voted upon, Mr. Speaker, based on the premise that we are a democratic and republican state, which says actually that the right to vote and to be voted upon is a preferential right. It has to be an absolute right. Without this right, any right is inimical, Mr. Speaker. Meaning to say, this is the most important right that we have as a democratic and republican state. We have to take into consideration also to balance it out, Mr. Speaker, with the possible proposals under this current bill, that it should not only be directly addressing concentration of power, but any additional restriction, Mr. Speaker, should be reasonable and non-discriminatory, Mr. Speaker. That is essentially why, Mr. Speaker, the current draft, Mr. Speaker, is to allow others who may be in the same family to run for different office, because it is also in compliance with how the local government code of the Philippines has structured the units of government, Mr. Speaker, based on localities, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with separate constituency, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Speaker. But we recognize our suffrage, right to suffrage under international law, under our Constitution. However, Mr. Speaker, those rights are subject to limitations as provided for by the Constitution, and now we are defining it by law. Kaya kailangan po yung masinsinang pag-aaral natin sa bawat punto po dito. I would give you a question which is really happening. Example, isang mayor tumakbo, naka 3 terms, pwede siyang palitan ng kanyang misis po dito sa proposal na ito. dahil walang pababa na prohibition in succession. Pababa. Pwede rin siyang magpalit yung kanyang anak within the who is within the second civil degree. So, ang nakikita ko, yung sabay-sabay na dynasty ay dinidefine natin, pero yung pababa na prohibition, wala po dito sa bill na ito.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would like again to, although it is being loosely used nowadays, using the word dynasty, but technically and legally speaking, we have yet to actually have a point of reference or a source by which we can actually draw our definition on what constitute dynasty and what constitute non-dynasty, Mr. Speaker. At this point in time, this is the first time after 40 years that we have actually came out with a clear definition of what constitute a dynasty is. Yes, under this current proposal, because there is no prohibition in the current in the status quo, Mr. Speaker, there are family members who are actually seeking offices, allowing to run for a possible positions, Mr. Speaker, in an election. But then again, Mr. Speaker, it does not follow that once all of these, the numbers of family members running for certain offices, does not necessarily mean that in an election they also obtain victory in an election. Running for an office, Mr. Speaker, is from actual occupancy of an office. And that is exactly what we are trying to address. The actual occupancy of families within second degree of consanguinity and affinity, that having to have a mayor at the same time, the vice mayor is the wife, or the councilors are his children, and so on and so forth, within second degree of consanguinity and affinity, ascendant and descendant. In that formation, Mr. Speaker, weakens, Mr. Speaker, number one, check and balances, transparency and accountability, which is basically, Mr. Speaker, the anathema of a progressive democratic institution, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, our Constitution provides for term limits to our elected officials. Is that also a reason why we do not define succession dynasty in this bill?
Yes, I would agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to put forth the records of the Constitutional Commission when they deliberated on this section. According to Commissioner Jose Noliedo, during the 1986 Constitutional Commission, quote, he stated that in the case of local government officials, like governors, for example, to have 2 re-elections. If he is re-elected twice, he can no longer run for re-election, in which case he will ask his close relative, a son or daughter, or a brother or a sister, to run for public office under his patronage. And in this case, we circumvent the rule against further re-election, because it may also happen that his younger son may run for governor, and he is still strong enough to exercise moral as well as effective influence upon the son. And the son becomes the subaltern, subjecting himself to the will of the father, who has apparently retired. End of quote. Is this comment of Commissioner Jose Noliedo, was this considered by the committee?
I beg to the indulgence of the good minority leader. I actually haven't catch the entirety of the quote that he was referring to. May I be allowed, Mr. Speaker, to request the good minority leader to please again read the quote that he has just read earlier, Mr. Speaker, for the understanding of this for the understanding of this humble representation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll repeat the quote of Jose Noliado. I quote that in the case of local government officials like governors, for example, we allow them to have 2 re-elections. But I think now we are allowing them 3 re-elections. That's not, my comment is not included in his statement. I proceed. If he is re-elected twice, he can no longer run for re-election, in which case he will ask his close relative, a son or a daughter, a brother or a sister, to run for public office under his patronage. And in this case, we circumvent the rule against further re-election because that his younger son may run for governor and he is still strong enough to exercise moral as well as effective influence upon the son, and the son becomes a subaltern, subjecting himself to the will of the father who has apparently retired. End of quote. That is one of the comments of Commissioner Nolido.
Well, the way I understand it, and apologies, Mr. Speaker, if I don't actually have the actual grasp of the code, Mr. Speaker, but my understanding is that if the governor is already off term and he can no longer run, possibly he is choosing from among his children to continue on running the affairs of the provincial capital. I mean, it happens, Mr. Speaker, because that is precisely the direct effect of a term limits under our Constitution. But in the case, Mr. Speaker, there are also communities, Mr. Speaker, across the country who wants a continuity of a certain officials who has done so much, greatly improve the condition of their community. We cannot deny that, Mr. Speaker. That's why in many cases also, in many studies that came out also, there's no actual correlation between the presence of a political family with that of a poverty, Mr. Speaker. In Luzon, the case of Luzon is different from the case of Visayas and the case of Mindanao, although there are families also has very been active in their localities, but in terms of the issue of political dynasty, it differs from one area to another. So yes, Mr. Speaker, there may be cases wherein, because of the term limit, the sitting mayor or sitting governor upon his last term may well be choosing from among his family members or his children, perhaps, to continue on the legacy of the services he has done to his constituents, which, by the way, the people judge of it, whether they want to continue on or they want a different type of leadership, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I would agree, Mr. Speaker, to the quotation, Mr. Speaker, of the gentleman with the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the degree of relationship, Commissioner Noliado again stated, and I quote, "We are not deciding the question here, but we are recommending to Congress that the scope of relationship shall be within the third degree of consanguinity or affinity. We leave it to Congress to determine this relationship." End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, in that statement of his during the deliberation, he was recommending third civil degree, but in the end he said, we leave it to Congress to decide what degree of relationship shall be in the prohibitive or be will within the dynastic relationship. And we defined these two civil degrees. Can you give us the rationale behind this?
Mr. Speaker, we have several references for which we can actually use the second degree consanguinity. Let's go back, Mr. Speaker, to the transcript of the framers of the Constitution. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the initial discussion, Mr. Speaker, when they were proposing the anti-political dynasty, during the CONCOM, Mr. Speaker, the initial proposal is first degree. This is according to our guests, Mr. Speaker, when we had them over to our committee hearing. But let me also quote the Mr. Noledo as one of the framers of the Constitution during, this is, Mr. Speaker, based on the transcript, Mr. Speaker, that we had secured during the discussion on the political dynasty proposal of the CONCON members. Okay. Mr. Noledo, and I quote, "To meet the Commissioner's objection, the Congress may limit up to the second degree. We are not deciding that relationship because Congress will conduct public hearings on this before a regulatory law may be passed by it." That is according to Mr. Noledo, one of our framers of the Constitution. Also, Mr. Speaker, when we invited retired Justice Ascuna, he said, and I quote, "With respect to the level of relationship covered, Ascuna referred to and recommended limiting the prohibition to relatives within the second degree of consanguinity or affinity, Mr. Speaker." In fact, during the discussion in the CONCOM, Mr. Speaker, they have not resolved this issue. That's why they passed this on to the Congress, because they could not even have majority of the votes so that they can decide which degree. But the primary consideration was first degree, and then the second degree was mentioned, Mr. Speaker, by Mr. Nolado, which is again supported by many of his co-framers of the Constitution. Second, Mr. Speaker, the basis for that is that in the SK law, we already have the second degree prohibition of consanguinity and affinity. So it would be easier, Mr. Speaker, for COMELEC to also conduct validation, so on and so forth, once we approve the second degree of consanguinity and affinity. Third, Mr. Speaker, is under the Bangsamoro Electoral Code. We do have the second degree of consanguinity and affinity, Mr. Speaker, already into law. So it's easier, Mr. Speaker, for COMELEC, again, to conduct the verification and examination of the civil relationship between and among candidates. So remember, Mr. Speaker, COMELEC also came out with their position that it would be much practical, enforceable for the COMELEC that we adopt the second degree of consanguinity and affinity, because in national elections, imagine from Apari to Hulo, everyone will be the possible number, the volume of candidates, Mr. Speaker, running from president, senators, councilors, and so on and so forth. It would be too burdensome for COMELEC to actually do some assessment when it comes to relationship within fourth degree of consanguinity and affinity. In many cases, Mr. Speaker, there are first-degree cousins who are living apart from each other. One is living in Metro Manila, the other one is living in Cotabato City. So the cousin of the first cousin of the one running in Cotabato and the one running in Metro Manila would definitely be difficult for COMELEC, according to them, to do some verification. It would be impractical, it would be burdensome for the COMELEC to do so. It is according to COMELEC, and this is also according to the Pamatong versus COMELEC as decided by the Supreme Court, the practicality, Mr. Speaker, of holding the election, it would be logistically, it's a logistical hardship on the part of COMELEC, according to COMELEC, to continue on with this kind of verification solely to verify whether this candidate is eligible to run or not, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. That is why the decision of the committee is to heed the suggestion, Mr. Speaker, of retired Associate Justice Ascuna, Mr. Noel, one of the framers of the Constitution, and also made basis the two existing laws, Mr. Speaker, now currently being implemented, SK law and the Bangsamoro Electoral Code, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that the Constitutional Commission cannot agree within themselves finally what civil degree which would be under the prohibitive relationship. So that I would like to put in our records also the statement, the final statement of Commissioner Hilario David. He said, I quote, "Probably the law may provide that during the incumbency of an elected official, relatives may not be allowed to run for a position within the same political unit or to be appointed to any position within the same political unit. I say the same political unit because necessarily we cannot prevent, for instance, a son whose father is the governor of Metro Manila to run in Davao. End of quote. Page 955, record of the Constitutional Commission, number 90, Mr. Speaker. So, I think it is well within our power now to define what is political dynasty, and here we are. Mr. Speaker, I read in the definition of terms of this proposed bill that there is a mention of the President, Vice President, under Section 3, Senator at the national level, member of the House of Representatives representing a legislative district, governor, vice governor, city, municipal mayor, so on and so forth. But I was not able to encounter the proposed measure on the party list representation, Mr. Speaker. May we know the reason why the party list is not included in this measure?
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. But the party list, based on the current NBAC resolution of the COMELEC, they treated party list as one of the as one among the national offices, Mr. Speaker, for several reasons, and I don't want to elucidate on these reasons, Mr. Speaker. But we decided not to include the party list here, Mr. Speaker, and specifically provide it as a separate section, Mr. Speaker, because we do also have another LEDAC priority. This is the Party List Reform Act. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that it would be much easier, more comprehensive to discuss once we tackle the Party List Reform Act, and we do not want to introduce any section under the law that would preempt the possible discussion of the Party List Reform Act, Mr. Speaker, that is now several measures that are now being referred to my committee. Immediately, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, because I believe the Minority Leader is also is from a party list organization, I can assure our good Minority Leader as well as the many party list in this House of Representatives, as soon as we're done with the anti-political dynasty measure, we would definitely take up the Party List Reform Act, as it is also be included under the LEDAC priorities, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, when can we expect the party list bill be available for second reading in this chamber?
Mr. Speaker, as soon as we're done with the anti-political dynasty, Mr. Speaker, we can immediately call for a committee hearing to discuss, among other things. And I can assure the good Minority Leader that though we will also be discussing different measures, but that is one of the top priority, Mr. Speaker, of the Committee on Electoral Reform to discuss on the party list. So hopefully, Mr. Speaker, as soon as we are resumed session, we can tackle, Mr. Speaker, the Party List Reform Act, Mr. Speaker. And if the leadership would willing to consider, Mr. Speaker, we can even go outside of the House of Representatives for another consultation that we would do, similar to what we did here in the political dynasty, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to go to Section 5, subsection E, on spouses or relatives within the second degree simultaneously holding any elective office within the same barangay. If a barangay captain, for example, is elected as ABC president or becomes an ex officio member of the Sangguniang Bayan or Sangguniang Panglungsod, as the case may be, or Sangguniang Panlalawigan, will that person be covered under this bill?
In this proposal, Mr. Speaker, we remain silent, Mr. Speaker, on that because we respect the separate entity and the voting pattern and the decision of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Since those who will be voted and elected by this by the coalition, for example, of barangay captains, would be automatically be part of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan as ex officio, Mr. Speaker. So no, Mr. Speaker, we leave it out because number one, barangay is also non-partisan. Their election is also not synchronized with the national and the local elections. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are actually open to any possible amendments that might come later when in relation, Mr. Speaker, to the issue of barangay and ex officio officers brought about by barangay elections, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I have many questions on this bill, but there are many members also of the minority who would like to interpolate. Nevertheless, I would like to thank our distinguished sponsor for propounded answers and well-studied answers on this bill. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Daghang salamat, Minority Leader. Thank you very much for the opportunity to answer.
Daghang salamat, Sakran. Mr. Sponsor, daghang salamat, Minority Leader, Congressman Liban.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, please.
Actual.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to recognize the Honorable Jose Manuel Tadeo Shell Diokno of Akbayan Party List for his interpellation.
The gentleman from the Akbayan Party List, Representative Jose Manuel Tadeo Chel I. Diokno. You're recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum. Would the distinguished sponsor, Representative Adyong,
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, it will be an honor to exchange ideas with the great dean of De La Salle University, now Congressman Diokno.
thank you, distinguished sponsor. Let's begin with the second degree of affinity or consanguinity. Sa ilalim po ng House Bill 8389, ang prohibition sa political dynasties ay hanggang second degree lamang po, di po tama yon.
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Pasok ba ang mga tito at tita sa second degree of consanguinity or affinity?
Hindi po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, upon conferring with the technical working group.
Hindi sila covered. Ang mga pamangkin naman po, ang mga pinsang buo o first cousin.
Hindi rin po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In other words, Mr. Sponsor, kahit may sa batas natin ang House Bill 8389, pwede pa rin tumakbo at manungkulan ang mga tito, tita, pamangkin at pinsang buo nakasabay ng kanilang kapamilya na incumbent elective official. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker, base po sa ating current draft ng ating batas, a proposed batas.
Pumunta naman po tayo sa mga bawal na political dynasty relationship at kung ano yung mga pwede. Under House Bill 8389, can members of the immediate family, meaning siblings, spouses, grandparents, and grandchildren, simultaneously hold positions at the national level?
No, Mr. Speaker, under the current bill, Mr. Speaker, once you are part within the second degree of consanguinity and affinity, only one from that family is allowed, Mr. Speaker, to hold office in the national and in the local positions, Mr. Speaker.
So that would be the same answer for the provincial level, city, municipal level, and barangay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because the appreciation of the committee insofar as the subdivision of local units, Mr. Speaker, is based on the way the 1991 local government code structured our local government, which is independent from one another and based on separate constituency, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. So yan po ang bawal. Ang tanong naman po ngayon ay ano yung mga pwedeng mga dynasty relationships. Let's begin with a hypothetical question. Let's say po na si Sir ang Pangulo ng Pilipinas. Kung may sa batas natin itong House Bill 8389, pwede bang umupo ang kanyang anak bilang kongresista sa kanilang baluarte habang siya ay Pangulo?
Sa parent po na position po natin, dahil inaalaw po natin yung pag-hold ng position po in different jurisdiction and locality, tama po. Kaya po ang presidente at meron pong tumakbo sa kanyang mga kaanak within second degree of consanguinity and affinity. Speaker, Your Honor.
Pwede po bang umupo ang kanyang pinsang buo bilang congressman sa kanilang baluarte habang siya ay Pangulo?
Pwede pong tumakbo, Mr. Speaker, besto, pero yung paupo po, depende po yan sa pag-elect ng taong bayan po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Pwede pong tumakbo.
Pwede po bang hindi lang tumakbo at umupo ang asawa ng kanyang pinsang buo bilang party list representative habang siya ay Pangulo?
Kasi posible po na maupo kung ito po ay iboboto ng ating taong bayan at maluklok doon sa posisyon na iyon.
Pwede po bang umupo ang anak ng kanyang pinsang buo bilang party list representative habang siya ay Pangulo?
Sa party list representative, again, kailangan po natin pag-usapan kung ano pong magiging itsura ng ating Reform Party List Act. Pero sa ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, since silent po naman tayo dito, let us assume, Mr. Speaker, na wala po doon sa second degree of consanguinity and affinity ay maaari pong tumakbo at posible pong may luklok ng taong bayan kung ang taong bayan po ay nararapat na siya ang maging opisyal doon sa posisyon na iyon.
Pwede po bang umupo ang asawa ng kanyang pinsang buo bilang governor naman sa kanilang baluarte habang siya ay Pangulo?
Posible din po na tumakbo ang kanyang asawang pinsan ng kanyang asawa.
Hindi lang po tumakbo, umupo bilang
Posible
governor.
po. Kasi kaya kailangan po natin also, we have to, with all due respect to our good dean and our colleague Chairman Jokno, we have to also be very careful with the semantic that we use here because actual occupancy of an office is different from running. So tama po yung sinasabi niya, maaari pong tumakbo pero wala pong kasiguraduhan na ito ay mananalo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, yung itinutukoy ko po yung acti, hindi po yung pagtakbo. Pwede po bang umupo actual occupancy ang kanyang pamangkin bilang vice governor sa kanyang baluarte habang siya ay Pangulo?
Hypothetically, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Pwede po bang umupo ang kanyang pamangkin bilang mayor sa kanilang baluarte habang siya ay Pangulo?
Hypothetically, Mr. Speaker, again, the answer is yes.
And your answer would be the same for a vice mayor na kanyang pamangkin din habang siya ay Pangulo?
The mayor running are not within the second degree of consanguinity and affinity. So bawal po. Isa lang po yung maaaring tumakbo sa isang local government unit dahil ang iniiwasan po natin ay magkaroon ng konsentrasyon ng kapangyarihan ng pamilya sa isang locality, Mr. Speaker.
So ang Pangulo po, si Sir, pwedeng umupo yung anak bilang kongresista, pwedeng umupo yung kanyang pinsang buo bilang kongresista din, pwedeng umupo yung asawa ng kanyang pinsang buo bilang kongresista, pwede pa rin umupo ang kanyang asawa ng kanyang pinsang buo bilang governor, ang kanyang pamangkin bilang vice governor, ang kanyang isa pang pamangkin bilang mayor, at isa pang pamangkin bilang vice mayor. Paano naman po kung city councilor ang kanyang kamag-anak? Pwede bang umupo ang kanyang pamangkin bilang city councilor sa kanilang baluarte habang siya ay Pangulo?
Mr. Speaker, tama po. Pero ngayon nais ko lang pong kung mamarapatin po ng ating kagalang-galang na representante ng Akbayan Party List, ito po ay hindi lang po dinesisyonan ng komite, ng individual po na appreciation. Ito po yung may basihan po tayo kung bakit hindi natin kinikertel yung kapangyarihan ng taon ng tumakbo base doon sa structured na division according to the 1991 Local Government Code. Ang sinasabi po natin dito ay kung meron po tayong prevention, restriction na dapat nating i-introduce sa batas na ito ay dapat reasonable siya at non-discriminatory siya. Ibig sabihin yung anti-political dynasty na ay target niya yung hindi concentration ng power. Pero yung pagtakbo at pagpanungkulan, Mr. Speaker, marami po tayong basihan kung bakit inaalaw po natin yan. Yung the primary reason, if I may quote, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor, hindi po ito Tagalog, babasahin ko na lang po in English. The primary reason is again the sovereignty of the people and the primacy of the right to vote. The justification is found in Article 10, Section 1, which states that the territorial and political subdivisions of the Republic of the Philippines are the provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays, and Section 2, which states that the territorial and political subdivision shall enjoy local autonomy. Mr. Speaker, meron din ho tayo, Mr. Speaker, alam na po ng Dean Diokno na ito kasi tinuturo naman po niya ito sa kanyang eskwelahan. Marami pong mga treaties and covenants ng political and civil rights po na hindi dapat i-curtail. Yung kapangyarihan ng tao o yung karapatan ng taong bumoto at ipaboto ang kanyang sarili ay dapat hindi ma-abridge. Walang batas dapat na po pwedeng mag-curtail doon sa karapatan ng taong ipresenta ang kanyang sarili para iboto ng kanyang mga constituents. In fact, Mr. Speaker, ang ating bansa ay Republican, Democratic, Republican. Ibig sabihin, ang binibigyang preferential rights sa lahat ng karapatan, Mr. Speaker, in terms of hierarchy, is the right to suffrage, to vote and to be voted upon. In fact, meron pong specific na artikulo, itong Article 5 suffrage, doon po sa ating Constitution para mabigay linaw po yung karapatan ng tao na ipresenta ang kanyang sarili na para bumoto at may presenta ang kanyang sarili para ibotohan. Ang iniiwasan po natin dito ay yung botohan siya na alongside with his mother, with his father, na very obvious naman po na iisa lang unit ang kanilang panunungkulan at po pwedeng matarnish o ma-weaken yung sinasabi po nating accountability dahil hindi naman po pwede mag-asawa si Mr. at saka si Mrs. ay Vice Mayor at Mayor at isang inuuwian, isang tinutulugan, isang kamang tinutulugan at maaari, Mr. Speaker, na mawala yung check and balances, ultimately mawala yung accountability and transparency na mawiwikin po niya yung sinasabi po nating Republican Democratic State. So pasensya na po kung medyo napahaba po yung aking explanation. Ito po yung basihan kung bakit ho natin inaalaw as according to the 1991 Local Government Code 7160, yung subdivision po ng different localities with different constituencies ay inaalaw po natin na meron pong tumatakbo sa isang pamilya dahil hindi naman po ito nagkakaroon ng concentration ng power. Perhaps may supervision, pero there has no internal direct bureaucratic control within one family, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. That ang congressman, hindi niya kontrolado ang munisipyo. Ang munisipyo, hindi niya kontrolado ang munisipyo sa second district. Ang second district, hindi niya kontrolado ang presidente, ang senador, hindi niya kontrolado ang Kapitolyo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Agree po ako na napakahalaga ng ating karapatang bumoto. In fact, that is the essence of our democracy. Pumunta naman po tayo sa Vice President. Again, hypothetical lang po ito. Let's say si Ma'am ang Vice President. Kung may sa batas ang House Bill 8389, pwede bang umupo ang kanyang kapatid bilang kongresista sa kanilang baluarte habang siya ay VP?
Kung ito po ay mananalo sa eleksyon, yun po, pwede rin ho siya tumakbo bilang kongresista ng kanilang baluarte.
Pwede po bang umupo ang kanyang pamangkin bilang kongresista sa kanilang baluarte din habang siya ay VP?
Basta magkaiba po yung kanilang kinalalagyan, ay maaari po siyang tumakbo. At posible pong manalo, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor.
Pati po yung isang pinsan ng Vice President na nananalong bilang party list congressperson ay pwede rin maupo habang siya ay Vice President.
Kung titingnan po natin yung definition according sa section, kung mamarapatin po ng aking kagalang-galang, doon po sa definition, in-include na po natin ang definition natin sa national offices, ang presidente, senador at vice president. Ibig sabihin, isa lang po doon po sa qualification na iyon. So kung patatapos po natin kung papayag po ang ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan dito, kung mamarapatin po niya na maisali din natin as national, no? Kasi under ngayon sa NBank resolution ng COMELEC, ang party list is national office ata eh. kung maparapatin niyang maisali doon, ay mukhang isa lang yung kinakailangan sa kanila, maaaring isa lang yung po pwedeng tumakbo po sa kanila.
Pwede po bang umupo ang kanyang kapatid bilang mayor sa kanilang baluarte habang siya ay vice president?
Maaari pong tumakbo, Mr. Speaker, at posible rin po na matalo siya.
Umupo po, hindi tumakbo.
Pwede po. Maaari po siyang maupo. Tama po ba? Under po dito sa ating current draft, Mr. Speaker.
In other words, Mr. Speaker, kahit maging batas ang House Bill 8389, pwedeng maupo ng sabay-sabay ang Vice President, ang kanyang kapatid bilang congressman, ang kanyang pamangkin bilang iba pang congressman, ang kanyang pinsan bilang party list congressman, isa pang kapatid bilang mayor, at isa pang pamangkin bilang vice mayor. Ang tanong ko po, ano po ang silbi ng House Bill 8389 kung pwede pa rin sabay-sabay maupo ang isang buong angkan mula sa vice president hanggang sa vice mayor?
Ang silbi po, Mr. Speaker, na House Bill na ito ay napakahalaga. Unang-una, nabigyan na po natin ng actual na definasyon after 40 years kung ano po yung anti-political dynasty. Na inang pong una. Pangalawa, wala na pong konsentrasyon sa nangyayari po ngayon ng isang locality na po pwedeng mag-asawa, magkapatid, anak, ama sa isang locality. Bawal na po yan. Pangatlo po, Mr. Speaker, ito po ay ginawa na study ng ating ito po ay ginawa ng ating ito po ay ginawa ng ating Congressional Planning Board para po makita kung bawat lahat ng proposal ng mga legislation, kung tama po yung magiging tama po yung magiging effect niya on the ground. At ito po ay nakumpirma ng League of Municipalities of the Philippines. Automatic po ito, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Pag ito po ay naging sa batas, out of the 1,493 seats in all municipalities all over the country, 917 will be directly affected, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So, yung malaki po ang kanyang diretsang epekto. Marami po ang hindi na po pwedeng makatakbo at maapektado at ma-diversify yung lahat ng offices po ng kanilang LGU. Ibig sabihin, maraming mga pamilya, organisasyon, na po pwede na pong tumakbo at makilahok sa isang halalan, Mr. Speaker, pag ito po ay naisabatas. Ulitin ko po, 917 local government units out of the 1,493 will be directly affected. Kung mamarapatin po ng ating kagalang-galang na Dean, Congressman Diokno, gusto ko lang pong i-lay down sa inyo at babasahin ko po sa wikang Ingles kung mararapatin niyo po. 78 out of 149 mayors have officials to the second degree of consanguinity or affinity in government. 52% of the city mayors have relatives holding government positions. Current version opens 36% of the total number of seats in cities. We're talking about the cities, but in the municipalities, 60+% ang mabibakante po because out of 1,453, 917 are dead. The political dynasty measures would open 5,613 out of 9,852 elective offices that currently share common and or last names. Ibig sabihin, 5,000 na bakante ang mababakante at open po sa mga qualified at gustong nananais magserbisyo. The Philippines has 4,239 political families and out of that, 185 provincial seats. For governors and vice governors have the same last name, middle name within their provinces, and 2,274 seats in local government, including provincial governments, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, will be affected, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. 2,139 seats for mayors and vice mayors would be affected because they share the same last name and they are within, Mr. Speaker, our proposed second-degree civil prohibition, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors. So yun po ang magiging epekto. Malaki po itong epekto. It would actually 180 degrees turn around from the current setup that we have. It would open up, decongest, Mr. Speaker, control of certain political families within locality and allow others to come in. Now, the anti-political dynasty, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is not, and I've said this many, many, many times over, it is not a standalone solution to all the electoral problems that we're facing every elections, Mr. Speaker. It has to be coupled with the strengthening of political system. We have to review the campaign finance, Mr. Speaker, system that we have in this country. If we only allow others to participate and equally have the chance to win an election, Mr. Speaker, over that of a family that enjoys a certain advantages in terms of resources, money in following, Mr. Speaker, anti-political dynasty cannot and will never solve all of those problems. It has to be coupled with other electoral reform agenda. So the question again of the gentleman from the Akbayan party list, yes, this is a very important piece of legislation. It has now defined, Mr. Speaker, what the framers of the Constitution failed to resolve, Mr. Speaker, and in this Congress, Mr. Day. Today, Mr. Speaker, with the help of Congressman Diokno, we will finally provide legal definition to what constitutes anti-political dynasty after 40 years in its existence, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's very good to hear your studies done on the impact of House Bill 8389 on the local positions. May I know, have you conducted a similar study on the impact of House Bill 8389 on political dynasties that lord it over our national scene?
Mr. Speaker,
Ilan pong mawawala kayang mga posisyon kung may sa batas ito?
well, Mr. Speaker, politics is all local. We know that, Mr. Speaker. There's no such thing as national politics. Everything is done in locally, in barangay, all the way to the up. When a certain political family weakens its grip, Mr. Speaker, over certain locality, it would definitely affect the preferential candidates in the national positions, Mr. Speaker. Although, again, that is my... Mr. Speaker, it will directly affect the current setup in the Senate right now. I would admit, Mr. Speaker, there are four sets of siblings serving under this current Congress, Mr. Speaker, and I do not want to mention their names. We all know who are they, Mr. Speaker. 4 sets of siblings. Once this bill would pass, and they're very much directly affected of this, because they're, within the second degree of consanguinity and affinity. So definitely there will be impact on the national level, Mr. Speaker. Not apart from the one that I just explained to you, Mr. Speaker, it weakens the possible sources of votes, Mr. Speaker, from localities that has captive votes simply because of the control of one family over that locality. And it will weaken, possibly, Mr. Speaker, the votes that we will provide for a certain national candidate who are running for either president, vice president, or senators. But directly with this bill, Mr. Speaker, it would change 180 degrees the setup in the Senate, because we know that there are 4 sets of siblings currently now serving under the 20th Congress.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Since you mentioned the Senate, let's now move from President, Vice President to the Senate. Sabihin po natin na si Mr. ang Senador. Kung may sa batas itong House Bill 8389, pwede bang umupo ang kanyang asawa bilang kongresista? Alam po natin, hindi na siya pwedeng umupo bilang senador din dahil bawal ang dalawa. Pero pwede po siyang umupo bilang congresswoman habang siya ay senador?
Pwede pong tumakbo.
Umupo po.
Pwede po talaga tumakbo. Pero yung pag-upo po kasi, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, pag paumanhin niyo po ako, mayroon naman, may bumoboto po kasi, may possible na hindi naman ho siya manalo. Halimbawa, tulad po, may kasamaan po tayo dito sa Kongreso, Mr. Speaker, and I'm citing you a concrete example. 2 ang anak niyang senador. Dati siyang senador. Tumakbo siyang kongresista at natalo siya sa kanyang distrito. Yun po yung ibig ko sabihin na that's why I'm very careful, Mr. Speaker, with semantics because there's a possibility. I do not want to give that impression that once a family member belong to a political family, runs for an office, automatically he or she wins or occupies that office. There's still a possibility that she might lose because ultimately the people that decides and votes whether he or she is qualified. Example, Mr. Speaker, pasensya na po, pero kailangan ko po ata siyang mention dahil kaibigan ko naman po siya, si Congressman Mark Anthony Santos, nanalo naman po siya bilang kongresista. At tumakbo po ang dating senador ng kanyang distrito na meron pong 2 anak sa Senado ngayon. Pero natalo po siya. That is exactly my point why, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that may possibility na manalo at may possibility na hindi manalo. Pero po pwedeng tumakbo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Speaker. Pwede bang umupo ang anak ng isang senador bilang kongresista? Umupo po manungkulan bilang kongresista habang siya ay senador?
Tama po, yes.
Pwede rin po bang maupo at manungkulan bilang mayor ang kanyang pamangkin habang siya ay senador?
Tama po, yes.
In other words, Mr. Speaker, kahit maging batas itong House Bill 8389, pwedeng sabay-sabay umupo ang senador, ang kanyang asawa bilang congressperson, ang kanyang anak bilang congressperson din, at kanyang pamangkin bilang mayor.
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, dahil hindi po yan ang gusto ng itong representasyon na ito. And certainly, that is not what all of us want. That is what the Constitution dictates. And that is what the Constitution allows. That is why, Mr. Speaker, any preventive measures, because I consider this, Mr. Speaker, as a preventive proposal. All citizens, without any, if you're not convicted of certain crime, you can exercise your civic duty. And your civic duty is not only to vote, but also to present yourself and participate in electoral process, Mr. Speaker. Also the right to be voted upon. And that's the general principle. That's the general norm. And that's what the Constitution says. It has a qualifying factor attached to that provision, Mr. Speaker, in which is to prohibit political dynasty. And I explain as much as possible, Mr. Speaker, the way I want to balance it out. That any restriction should be reasonable and should not be unconstitutional and should not be discriminatory for that matter, Mr. Speaker. If we disallow a certain family simply because they share the same family to preclude altogether and forever once they're within the second degree of consanguinity, that is tantamount to undue disqualification even if they have not done anything wrong against election or any electoral process or any criminal acts that they may have committed in the future, Mr. Speaker. That to me is a discrimination which is very much enunciated under the international civic and political rights, which the country is also a signatory to that.
So halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, may isang political family at alam nila na sa ilalim nitong House Bill 8389, hindi na sila pwedeng sabay-sabay umupo bilang senador, let's say, magkapatid. Hindi rin pala sila pwedeng sabay na may pangulo at may vice president o kaya pangulo or vice president at senador. What is to stop them from deciding na yung isang kapatid nila ay maging congressperson na lang o di kaya governor o di kaya mayor or vice mayor?
Alam niyo po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, kaya nga po pinopropose natin sana na pagkatapos ng anti-political dynasty, kailangan po mayroon tayo pong measure to strengthen partisan political parties in the Philippines. Dahil napapansin po natin ngayon, Mr. Speaker, pagkatapos po ng isang ni Mayor, minsan wala na pong convention at hindi na po nagde-decide ang party. Ang nagiging successor po niya ay ang kanyang anak. Dahil wala na ba po talagang actual convention ang partido. Hindi sa ibang bansa na ang nagde-decide ng kanilang nominee ay yung kanilang partido. Dito po sa Pilipinas, wala po tayong ganon. Although meron pong mga political system at mga political party members, pero yung actual na pag-select kung sino yung nararapat na tumakbo ay minsan ay nasa desisyon po ng per family. Kaya sabi ko nga po, hindi lang ho itong anti-political dynasty ang solusyon. dapat po ay may coupled with other reform, electoral reform agenda. Tulad halimbawa po, itong sinasabi nating tutakbo si anak ni senador ng mayor, may undue advantage siya because resources-wise, malaki ang kanya. Dahil following, malaki ang mga kanyang mga kama. Dahil in terms of pera, malaki ang kanya. So kailangan nating i-reviewin, Mr. Speaker, yung campaign financing na inaalaw po ng ating batas para magkaroon ng leveling ng pagkakataon na yung wala masyadong resources ay makakumpit doon sa mga kandidato na alam ng pamilya, kilala ng pamilya, at may mga resource and due advantage because of the resources and connection to government institution, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Isa din ho yan. Political Reform Political Act, Mr. Speaker, strengthening our political system. Sa ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, dati, kung natatandaan po ng ating kagagalang na representante, nung kapanahunan po ng kanyang ama bilang senador, yung yumaong Jose Diokno, na isa po, mamalaki po ng Pilipinas, na hindi lang ho siya champion ng human rights, ito po siyang statesman at par excellence. Nung kanapanahunan po niya, dalawa lang po yung political system sa Pilipinas. Ang namimili po ay ang political party. Nagkakaroon po sila ng convention. So hindi nangangailangan na anak ka ng isang senador, ay automatic ikaw ng magoging gobernador. Ang simpleng teacher, ang simpleng policeman, ang simpleng estudyante, ang simpleng mamamayan ay pwedeng maging miyembro ng Nationalista Party, pwedeng maging miyembro ng Liberal Party, at nagkakaroon sila ng convention at sila bumoboto. Kung sino yung pinaka-qualified, yun po ang makakakuha ng certification of acceptance and nomination para ibigay po sa COMELEC na sila po yung kandidato ng partidong ito. So ang tanong, ang pamilya ba ang pumipili ng kandidato kung sinong tatakbo pag natapos si mayor? Ang tatakbo ba ang kanyang anak? Hindi po ang pamilya. Technically and legally, ang pumipili po ay ang partido dahil ang kandidato na anak ni mayor, na si mayor ay graduate na, ay ang nagbibigay po sa kanya ng Certificate of Acceptance and Nomination para tumakbo doon sa posisyon na yon ay ang partidong kinabibilangan pinakinabibilangan niya. So to give you po the straight answer, hindi po ang pamilya ang nag-decide. Pero may impluwensya po ang pamilya because of the weak political system that we have in this country right now, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So far po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, mga tanong ko ay nakatukoy doon sa sabay-sabay na panunungkulan ng iba't ibang mga miyembro ng isang pamilya. Ngayon po, ay may tanong ko lang po, ito bang restriction ng second degree of consanguinity and affinity ay mag-a-apply po ba yan sa successive holding of the same position? For example, senador, ang susunod ang papalit ay kapatid, o kaya governor, ang susunod ay asawa, etc. Covered po ba yon ng House Bill 8389?
Yung kanina pong katanungan, parehas po sila ng aking kagalang-galang. Ang katanungan po ni the good minority leader, kung inaalaw po natin yung posibleng na makatakbo within the second degree of consanguinity. Yes po, posible po yon.
Pwede.
Tama po.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I've heard enough. I would like to thank the distinguished sponsor. Ang mga tanong ko po kanina ay base sa tatlong pinaka-big time ng mga political dynasty sa ating bansa. Hindi ko na sila pangangalangan, pero palagay ko alam na natin lahat kung sino sila. The Constitution commands Congress to enact an anti-political dynasty bill law, a law that will put an end to political dynasties. Unfortunately, of course, with due respect to the sponsor, House Bill 8389 will not put an end to dynasties. It will only allow them to maintain, and not just maintain, but to expand their hold on power. Kahit po maging batas itong panukala, tuloy pa rin ang ligaya ng mga political dynasty. Ika nga ng isang kanta na written by Rom Dongeto and performed by Buklod and later by Noel Cabangon, habang may tatsulok at sila ang nasa tuktok, hindi matatapos itong gulo. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Dean, Attorney,
Marami pong salamat
Congressman
kay
Kel
Congressman
Diokno.
Diokno.
Tukrans po, Mr. Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the One Tahanan party list, the Honorable Nathaniel Odocado, to interpolate the sponsor.
Congressman Odocado, One Tahanan Party List. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the gentleman from Lanao del Sur willing to yield to some questions?
Oh, yes, definitely, Mr. Speaker. I'd be glad to accept questions from Congressman Odocado.
Thank you, Honorable Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, is it not the objective dynasty bill is to prevent families from becoming entrenched in the political landscape without unduly limiting the choice of the voters?
I agree, Mr. Speaker. That is actually the one of the objectives, Speaker, Your Honor.
And Mr. Speaker, given the recent surveys in December from 54% who agrees that there should be a dynasty bill to the first quarter of 2026 to 64%, there is an urgent need to pass a bill.
Mr. Speaker, yes, based on the SWS, I think there's a recent survey conducted by the SW, where it says, Mr. Speaker, that 40% agree, 33 disagree, and 27 undecided. Mr. Speaker, 53% believe that political dynasties are beneficial, while 47 think that the absence of anti-political dynasty is due to lawmakers' inaction. And there are several. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there are quite a number. Although it's very close, no. But there's 67% agree that they should be, and then there's 45% disagrees. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Honorable Sponsor. To fully pass a bill that is congruent with the intent of the deliberations, is the Honorable Sponsor aware if there is anything during the deliberations which states that the ban on political dynasty should be absolute?
The ban on political dynasty is not absolute. I'm sorry, the audio is not very clear, Mr. Speaker. May I request, I beg your indulgence, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Was there anything during the deliberations of the framers if the supposed ban on political dynasty should be absolute?
No, Mr. Speaker, because even if we go back to the transcript of the CONCON, they have agreed that, Mr. Speaker, that the denial for any possible running for an office simply because of the same family member, it's not absolute, it's regulatory. And to quote, Mr. Speaker, the language of Mr. Noledo, he says, the denial is not absolute, merely regulatory, as a response to Mr. Ople when they were discussing about the possible restrictions, Mr. Speaker, as they would propose the anti-political dynasty under Section 26, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution. So the question is, it's not absolute because there's no such thing as absolute, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable Sponsor knows, what was the voting on this specific provision during the deliberations?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we have obtained the numbers of those who voted for the inclusion of anti-political dynasty in the Constitution. 18 of them voted in favor of the anti-political dynasty, while 17 objected. Surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, the former chairman of COMELEC, Chairman Christian Monsod, voted not to include the anti-political dynasty in the Constitution. And he was very candid about that when we invited him during one of our committee hearings. So it was a very close margin with a vote of 1. If I'm not mistaken, only the presiding officer voted in favor just to break the stalemate. So then again, they could not find ways and means on how they can actually resolve their case. So that is why they throw it to Congress for Congress to adopt the definition on what political. And, if I'm not mistaken, Chairman Christian Monsod, in one of our deliberation, he said, and can vividly remember, he said that it is that the discussions that we were having at the time, he said, was exactly the same discussion they were having during the 1986 con deliberation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, if the honorable sponsor knows, may we know what was the main contention, why the vote was very narrow during the deliberations?
Because they could not, Mr. Speaker, balance it out with other constitutional rulings, with how they can actually prohibit the right to vote and to be voted upon with that of a political dynasty. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, if we follow the logic, Mr. Speaker, of the phrase under Section 1, Article 2 of the Constitution, and it says, let me just concur with my lawyers, Mr. Speaker, because I want to quote exactly the same article, Mr. Speaker. By the way, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, and I'm sure Congressman Oducado knows this being a lawyer, that the hierarchy of section presented under the Constitution is not random. The hierarchy is based on importance and preferential, Mr. Speaker. So, meaning, if there's Section 1 under Article 2, Section 1 is the most important of all articles or sections under Section 1 at you. So, Section 1, Article 2, it says, the Philippines is a democratic and republican state, meaning to say, the most preferential right of a democratic and republican state is the right to vote and to be voted upon. And this is very much elucidated by many, many treatises, including the UN civil and political rights. Sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanates from them, meaning to say the people has the power to decide, and that also includes running the affairs of the government. Since we are a Republican representative government, the people decides who to run the affairs of their government. So they cannot have, they were having problems as to how they will balance it out. By the way, section where anti-political dynasty came out is under section 26 of the same article, Article 2, where it says, the state shall ensure equal access to government service to all. It does not qualify whether you are a Muslim, Christian, you're Iglesia ni Cristo, Hindu. No. All citizens of the country shall be given equalities to serve in public service. And there's the kulatilia, that anti-political dynasty should be prohibited. Meaning to say, though we are all given access to government services, concentration of powers, abuse of powers must be avoided. And that can only be possible if and when certain public officials share DNA so close that they can actually decide how to use government resources, which is basically the very point of check and balances, di ba? Kaya ka may check and balances in order to avoid abuses. Now that to me, and that is what anti-political dynasty is. So yes, so to arrive to your question, yes, based on also in our consultation, Mr. Speaker, there was no actual proposals from the participants. What we heard from the participants actually is to have the anti-political dynasty now.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, let's put that to the test. Given that the proposal currently, how it is structured, is it correct to assume that, for instance, in a province with a lone district and 10 cities or municipalities, and families may hold a candidate for each legislative district, province, and each municipality or city, in which case a single family to this effect may field up to 12 candidates. Is that correct?
It is possible, but we're talking of reality here. I haven't seen any family that can actually afford to run as many as more than 10 positions in one election. So it's a rhetorical, and then it's also a hypothetical question. These are the extent of possibilities that might happen. But in several elections in the past, there's no actual data that will give you that there is one family that has more than 10 candidates in all positions, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, would that not be countered? We allow so many positions.
We allow because the local government code stipulates that each political unit is different and unique from one another. It has its own jurisdiction, it has its own constituency. And number two, the internal affairs, bureaucratic control of one LGU is not an extension of the affairs of the provincial capital or the congressional district. So that's how we value this is autonomy, the autonomy of each political units across the country, including the autonomy of its registered voters to elect whomever they want to elect, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to focus now more on the barangay level. Mr. Speaker, the barangays are less political units and more of communities. They are small, limited in governance and in fiscal autonomy, built mainly on... Is there any chance of a single barangay serving as the power base of a political dynasty, if he knows, Mr. Speaker?
I cannot just at top of my head, I cannot give you exact barangay. But in the SK, barangay and SK election, there's already that prohibition, anti-political dynasty prohibition. So I cannot just on the top of my head give you the exact barangay or numbers, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given that structure, that barangays have limited fiscal resources, even policy-making power, in the proposal, how would restricting candidacies at this level materially address the concentration of political power that the anti-dynasty bill aims to prevent?
Well, it only gives one, within one family, the chance to occupy, run and actual occupy the candidates, the position. I have given earlier the number of affected Speaker, Your Honor. If the gentleman would like to, again, for this representation to give you the exact numbers, out of the 4,239 political units in the country, out of 1,000 to 439, 917 LGUs are directly affected. Meaning, isa lang yung po pwedeng tumakbo sa kanila. Kasi mayroon silang kasama sa kanilang locality na asawa or anak nila. So automatic mawawala na yon. 2,274 seats in local government units ay maano rin yon. Ma-open up din yon. 2,139 yung city government yun city LGUs. Ito naman sa mga munisipyo 2,139. So meaning to say, Mr. Speaker, automatic pag ito ay naipasa natin na itong panukalang batas na ito, malaki po yung magiging effect niya directly po sa ating mga LGUs. Naturally, magkakaroon po ng diversification ng representation. May mga pagkakataon na po yung mga ibang gustong tumakbo ay po pwede na pong makatumakbo at fear na wala na po silang kalaban na may undue advantage because of resources and etc. But then again, pag-usapan natin resources, kailangan din ho natin, and yun po yung pangalawa o pangatlo sa agenda po ng aking komite na kailangan pong nating palakasin ang party system natin sa ating bansa. In fact, meron pong mga electoral reform na maaari po natin din pagdiskusyan na para masuportahan po itong anti-political dynasty. And pangatlo po, gusto na po natin, welcome po naman tayo ngayon sa period of amendment kung na may nagnanais pong mag-propose ng amendment patungkol po sa barangay dahil na-realize din naman po talaga natin ng barangay ay non-partisan na local na political entity. So tayo po ay we will welcome Mr. Speaker, and that is a very good observation, Mr. Speaker, from our dear colleague, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason why I'm asking this, Mr. Speaker, because I want to know if the honorable sponsor has considered the impact of the proposal on small or rural barangays where the pool of individuals willing and able to run for office is already limited.
Can you, I'm sorry, I'm really having trouble. Nagra-Ramadan po kasi ako kaya yung mahina yung thought processing ko. And the audio is not that very good. Can you repeat po your question, Your Honor? Apologies.
Yes, apologies for that, Mr. Speaker. Did the honorable sponsor consider the impact of this proposal to the small or rural barangays wherein there's only a small pool of willing and able to run candidates for the barangay level?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Again, let me go back to the issue that the barangay is non-partisan. It is a separate entity altogether from the ones that we have also considered under the local offices and national offices. So yes, we also do consider, but we also, not only did we consider, we also made them as one of our references because of the barangay and SK election prohibition, which is the second degree of consanguinity. So to our barangay, the barangay, as an example, Mr. Speaker, also gave tremendous help in the appreciation of the members to arrive into a substitute bill, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, did the honorable sponsor also consider that given in a barangay setting, most of the individuals living therein are related, so they are relatives by blood or normally by marriage? Would this inclusion actually reduce the people eligible to run for barangay positions and in effect prevent effective representation that the people at the barangay level want?
Actually, we also, again, try to exclude barangay from these proposals, but then again, there's already that, already that law, no, second degree of consanguinity and affinity, in the barangay and SK election. So that's a separate altogether bill, I'm sorry, a law that governs on how they would allow certain candidates to run. But definitely I agree because barangay comes from, as we go through our history, if you're sa kapanahunan po namin, nung grade 3 kami, kasama po yan tinuturo ng aming mga guro na ito ay mga barangay na parang mga villages tantamount to a certain number of families in one villages using balangay, itong parang bangka, at yun po yung naging salita na to constitute na isang community na where families and extended families are residing. So tama po, in one barangay, posibleng hanggang magte-third cousin. Kung tatanungin niyo po ako sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Muslim Mindanao, ang isang barangay talagang pinakamalayo po dyan ay mga third cousin ang nakatira dyan. Ganun po kami karami at ganun po yung namin vina-value yung closeness ng family ties po sa relihiyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, on kinship, Mr. Speaker, given that there is around 42,000 barangay nationwide and approximately around 290,000 barangay officials, and the SK at around 330,000, did the proposal consider what mechanism would the Commission use to verify the kinship and relationship among the candidates?
I think, well, the COMELEC, when we discuss about the possible, if we are to extend this to fourth degree of consanguinity and affinity, the COMELEC already very candid about it, that they would have a problem doing the assessment, no? Just to prove that this candidate in Luzon and in that candidate in Visayas are within the prohibitive degree. So it will take more time for COMELEC. Remember, after candidates have filed their certificate of nomination and acceptance, the COMELEC has to allot a certain time for them to hear cases for disqualification and etc. So including this, Mr. Speaker, it will take more time for COMELEC. So that's why they proposed the second degree of consanguinity, because it would be much easier for them to go through their connection, no, and decide on whether this one can actually fall under the prohibitional degree. But as to the SK in the barangay elections, I'm sure they already have that. They have already have that mechanism in that ruling in the IRR to make sure that no candidates within the second degree of consanguinity and affinity be allowed to run in an SK in the barangay and SK election. So I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that the COMELEC is doing all possible things in order to be faithful in the implementation of the bills that we have proposed and we have acted here in the House of Representatives.
I take a different position, Mr. Speaker, but I hope the honorable sponsor is willing, if ever, Mr. Speaker, because of the logistical difficulties in terms of implementation in the barangay level and the possible potential loss of leadership in the barangay, is the sponsor willing to remove barangays from the coverage of this bill?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I am more than willing and open to accept the proposals due time. If the good gentleman wishes to propose to delete a certain sections under the provisions that covers the barangay, this representation is more than willing to discuss and to listen to his proposal, Mr. Speaker, because I also do observe that and believe that barangay is a non-partisan and as a separate entity, Mr. Speaker, from that of the national and the local elections, being that they have a separate elections altogether, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, given the unique and distinct position in terms of their non-partisan character, the autonomy, as well as the role of barangays, Mr. Speaker, may I manifest that considering that nature, I shall be making the appropriate motion at the proper time to amend the current draft of the bill in order to remove the barangay positions from its coverage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No more further questions.
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague, Congressman Odocado. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Party List 1 Tahanan, Congressman Olocado. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of Caloocan City, the Honorable Edgar Rice, to interpolate the sponsor.
The gentleman from the 2nd District of Caloocan City, Representative Edgar R. Irice. You're recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to our chairman of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms. May I ask some clarification?
Mr. Speaker, always welcome po ang aking kinagalang
Dala na po akong
na
tubig.
65 years old, Congressman Irice.
Nagdala na po akong tubig. Baka abutin tayo madaling araw eh. Joke
Ay,
lang po.
unfair kasi,
Joke lang po.
hindi ako pwede uminom.
Iniinggit lang kita. Salamat po. Ginoong sponsor, malinaw na nakasaad sa Article 2, Section 26 ng 19 Constitution ng mga sumusunod. The state shall guarantee equal access to opportunities for public service and prohibit political dynasties as may be defined by law. Ang tanong ko po ay napakasimple. Tama po ba na ang utos ng konstitusyon sa Kongreso ay magpasa ng batas na magbabawal sa political dynasties?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi po ba sinabi ng konstitusyon na i-regulate lamang ito? Hindi rin po sinasabi na bigyan ng limitadong pahintulot, kundi malinaw na sinasabi ipagbawal ang political dynasties. Tama po ba ito?
Yeah, full stop po. Ang sinabi po ng Constitution is to prohibit anti-political dynasty law as may be defined by law. Ang doon po yung definition is pagkarapatan na binibigay sa atin, mandato na binibigay po sa atin ng ating Constitution kung paano po natin to bibigyang buhay itong anti-political
But
dynasty.
it should prohibit.
Pero if I may be allowed, Mr. Speaker, pero siyempre, kung wala pong absent po talaga yan sa Constitution, babalikan din po natin yung intent ng batas na iyon.
Tama po.
Ang intent po ng batas na iyon, titingnan po natin kung paano po nagkaroon ng diskusyon ang mga framers ng Constitution. Sinabi po nila is hindi po complete absolute abolition, ito po ay regulation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ang intensyon nila ay pigilan ang konsentrasyon ng kapangyarihan sa iilang pamilya. Dahil ito ang isa sa mga ugat ng korupsyon, patronage politics, kahinaan ng political parties at kawalan ng tunay na kompetisyon sa politika. Ito po yung arguments ng mga framers ng Constitution.
Tama po yan, Mr. Speaker.
Ang layunin ng probisyong ito ay buksan ang politika sa mas maraming Pilipino, hindi upang i-institutionalize ang kapangyarihan ng mga political clan. Tama po?
Tama po yan.
Ngayon po, Ginoong Sponsor, ayon sa bersyon ng inyong committee, pinapayagan pa rin ang mga magkakamag-anak hanggang ikalawang antas ng consanguinity o affinity na sabay-sabay humawak ng posisyon sa gobyerno basta't magkakaibang antas o posisyon. Tama po ba yon?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Halimbawa, isang miyembro ng pamilya ay pwedeng tumakbo, manalo sa posisyon ng national, for example, senador. Halimbawa, si Senador de la Cruz. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
At
Maaari din
yung
po siyang matalo.
ang kanyang anak ay pwedeng tumakbo at manalo bilang gobernador, makaupo bilang gobernador. Pwede po yun?
Pwede rin pong tumakbo at matalo.
Hindi, pero pwedeng maupo.
Pwede pong manalo at matalo.
O nga po, pwede nga pong, pag nanalo, mauupo. Tama?
Tama
So
po.
sabay
Pero pag-
sila.
Tama po.
Isang senador, isang governor. Tama?
Tama
Sabay
po yun.
sila.
Pwede pong maging sabay, pwedeng hindi magsabay, pwedeng matalo yung isa
Hindi
sa
nga po,
kanila.
kung mananalo, sabay sila, pwede.
Kung yung frame of mind nyo po ang gusto nyo
Hindi
pong
po,
mangyari-
yun ang frame. Ang tinatanong ko lang po, simple lang. Kung sabay silang manalo, sabay sila makakaupo. Tama?
Hypothetically, posible mangyari po. Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
At nangyayari po yan.
Tama naman po, Mr. Speaker.
Marami pong, may senador po, mayor, ang asawa. Tama po?
Tama po.
Ayun, tama. At yung kanyang isang anak, pwedeng maging congressman sa District 1 ng kanilang probinsya.
Tama rin po yun.
So, tatlo na sila. Yung isa pong, yung asawa ng kanyang anak ay pwedeng tumakbo rin sa District 2 at manalo, makakaupo rin po.
Posible rin po, Mr.
Oh,
Speaker.
apat na.
Pero kung marapatin
Hindi po. Ang tinatanong ko po, hypothetical to. Pwedeng apat.
Okay,
Di ba? O, pwedeng apat. Ngayon po, yung kanyang apo, tumakbo rin at nanalo bilang mayor nung capital town. Pwede pa rin po ba yun? Makakaupo pa rin?
Napaka-active naman po ata yung pamilya.
Marami yan dito sa Kongreso. Hindi po yan hypothetical, nangyayari yan sa kasalukuyan. 5, pwede sila. Pwede.
Pwede rin po matalo.
Oh, pwedeng manalo, makakaupo pa rin. Ayon sa proposal ng batas na yan. Pwede po maging vice mayor nung kanyang apo, yung kanyang pinsan.
Kung tatakbo po yung kapatid niya na sobrang active sa isang munisipyo, dahil mas active naman po yung kapatid na isang munisipyo, bawal na po yun. Kasi hindi po pwedeng...
Hindi po, sinasabi ko po, yung pinsan niya, tumakbong vice mayor niya, pwede?
Pwede na po.
Dahil second degree lang. At yung pinsan niya sa isang kapatid ng kanyang tatay, tumakbong konsyal, pwede pa rin pong manalo. At makaupo. Tama po?
Tama po.
So, 7 na sila. At nung kanyang yung asawa ng kanyang ang kapatid ng kanyang asawa ay tumakbo naman bilang barangay captain. Pwede pa rin. Tama po?
Tama po. Pero pwede po ako mag-explain kasi puros lang kung tama o mali.
Hindi, yun ang
Hindi, kung mamarapatin ko.
I am asking this question. This is just a premise. This is just a premise at meron po tayong
Okay, but let me explain, Mr. Speaker. If my good friend, isa sa pinaka nirerespeto ko. Just a short, Ramadan po namin, pagbigyan mo na po ako mag-explain. Kung mamarapatin po. All of these things are possible, Mr. Speaker. These are hypothetical. This can happen. This can be certain or it can be uncertain. But what is certain, Mr. Speaker, is we allow the people to vote. And that is the primordial consideration of this proposal, Mr.
Bakit pa
Speaker.
po tayo nagpapasa ng batas kung pabayaan na lang natin yung mga tao? Bakit pa po kayo nagpanukala ng ganitong batas kung ang inyo palang prinsipyo ay pabayaan na lang kung sino yung iboto ng tao, siyang manalo, kahit magkakapatid, magkakamag-anak, magpipinsan, mag-asawa, mag-ama. Bakit pa kayo nag-sponsor ng bill
Dahil
nito?
dahil apat na pong taon.
Kahit
Tama
di ba kayo naniniwala?
Naniniwala po ako dahil ang Constitution po ang nagsasabi. Even your decision, Mr. Speaker, it's not even the decision of Congressman Irise. It's not the decision of this representation. It is what the Constitution dictates.
Okay, okay.
And that is what we're trying to provide, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Tama po. Naniniwala po sa sinabi nyo, pero sabi ko nga po, may certain parameters, yung mga framers ng Constitution. Dapat it will prevent the monopoly of power. Ngayon po, kung ikaw, gobernador, yung iyong pamangkin, vice governor, yung iyong pinsan, bukal, yung iyong anak, mayor, yung isa mong pamangkin, vice mayor, yung isa mong pamangkin ay kapitan ng barangay. Tapos sa kabila naman, ang congressman, kapatid mo. Sa kabilang distrito naman, ay yung iyong anak. Wala po bang monopoly of power doon?
Mr.
Hindi
Speaker,
ba? Yung tanong ko, may monopoly ba of power doon o wala?
no, because, Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the straight answer. Monopoly resides when the power to appoint resides and exercised by one person. That is monopoly. But we allow the people to vote. The primary reason is, again, the sovereignty of the people and the primacy of the right to vote under Section 1, Article 2. Kung may monopolya po, Mr. Speaker, ay kung i-appoint ito at ang magde-decide lang po ay isang tao na paupuin ang ang kapatid or anak or asawa sa isang posisyon, that is an abuse of power. That to me is a blatant abuse of power and a monopoly. The most dangerous form of monopoly. But this time, we present individuals to the voters and the voters vote. That's what the Constitution
So,
says.
hindi
And
po
that's what
kailangan,
I'm trying to-
yung sinasabi
that is what
niyo po,
I'm
hindi
trying
na
to
kailangan
provide.
itong batas na ito.
So, in terms of what now, Mr. Speaker, based on the status quo, just for the sake of argument, Mr. Speaker, that could be what could be described as something that is predominantly controlled family. But since we don't have the anti-political dynasty as of yet, there's no point for us to really say that this is dominated by one family. Maybe many offices, Mr. Speaker, are being handled and occupied by the same family. Predominantly, very active ang family nila. But domination and monopoly is also a gesture of one exercising that power to make sure that the sensitive positions are occupied by blood relations that would give him or her undue advantage over these resources. Yun lang, I'm just...
Ngayon po, ang ibig sabihin...
pag mayroon po tayong anti-political dynasty, talagang meron na po tayong definition kung ano po yung abuse of
Subalit
power.
yung sinasabi niyong abuse of power in appointments, ay yung sinasabi niyo...
Ay, nepotism na po tayo, Mr. Speaker.
So, ano magagawa ng batas na yan? Hindi ganun din, pareho lang.
Ang
It's the same thing.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
Your definition of monopoly of power is just on the appointments, di pareho lang, may batas o wala.
no, that is exactly what I'm trying to do because monopoly really resides if one person exercises that authority to appoint a certain relative just so that they can have actual access to resources. That is monopoly, Mr. Speaker. That is very much against the law of nepotism, di ba, Mr. Speaker? But that is precisely one because that's exactly precisely the issue. In-exercise undue advantage ng isang tao. Kaya walang nepotism eh. Ito kasi eleksyon. Hindi ito isang tao. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, it's not the family that decides who run. It's the candidate actually that provides CONA. Because remember, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the COMELEC requires one candidate to provide the certificate of acceptance and nomination. If you don't have that, probably the tendency you will be described as a nuisance candidate.
There are many
No, Mr. Speaker, my point here, Mr. Speaker, is that the reason why we allow all of this because number one, the subdivision under our political system, 7160, is the autonomy of each political unit. It has a separate constituency. It has to exercise its mandate. It has an internal mechanism and regulation to run their affairs, not necessarily connected with the one or neighboring LGU. That's how the structure of our political units under the 1971 60, Mr. Speaker, of the Local Government Code. We also attach that in order that we can balance it out with the right to vote and the right to be voted upon. And I've mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, there are several bases, not only in the Constitution, Section 5 on the suffrage, Section 1, Article 1, but there are other treatises internationally, which we are the party or signatory of these covenants, the civil and political rights, etc., stating, Mr. Speaker, that there shall be no law abridging the right to vote and to be voted upon, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors. the anti-political dynasty, as may be defined law, is a regulation and that's not an absolute prohibition. It is an exemption. So we are doing this, Mr. Speaker, in order to decongest the control of one family over one locality, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, so that we can promote and uphold check and balances, which is the essential feature of a working Republican democratic country such as ours, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
I don't think, it encourages the political families to engage more of their family members to run for public office. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, ang isa po sa mga pundasyon ng demokrasya ay check and balance. Naniniwala po ba kayo niya?
Tama po yan, Mr. Speaker.
Kung ang presidente po, ang kanyang pinsang buo ay speaker, at ang yung kanyang anak ay majority leader, nagkakaroon po ba ng check and balance?
Unang-una po, yes po, dahil unang-una, ang magkakaiba-iba naman po ng jurisdiction, itong ihikatura, legislatura at ihikutibo. Pasensya na, hindi po ako Tagalog, Maranao po ako, kaya ihikutibo at legislatura, Mr. Speaker.
Sa tingin niyo po ba yan ay hindi magdudulot ng pag-abuso?
Wala naman po dahil may internal mechanism and arrangement po ang bawat institution na ito.
For example, bigyan ko yung example, halimbawa, 2023, 2024, 2025. Ang total allocation po ng First District of Leyte kay Speaker Martin Romualdez, nung siya ay Speaker, ay 48,243,911,000. Yan po ang total allocation sa loob ng 3 taon. Yung po ang pinakamahirap na probinsya, swerte na maka 3 bilyon, 4 na bilyon sa isang taon. Bakit nangyari ito? Bakit hindi equitable yung distribution pagdating kay Speaker Presidente?
Di po. Ako hindi ko nakikita ng ganyan dahil unang-una
Ano po?
po may proposal po ng National Expenditure Program. Ang National Expenditure Program ay naalat po nila ang kanilang budget sa bawat probinsya based on Regional Development Corporation. Nandyan po yung wealth ng kanilang area. Nandyan po yung return taxes na kinakukuha. Nandyan po yung lahat po ng mga possible revenues na nakukuha at nabubuo para ibigay po sa share ng isang area na iyan. So, hindi ko po alam kung bakit ito magkakaroon ng issue ng check and balances dahil unang-una, magkaiba po ang institution, nag-approve naman po ang Kongreso at wala naman pong kinalaman dito ang ating Pangulo pagdating po sa pag-appreciate ng bawat distrito kung kailan o ano ang kanilang magiging proyekto.
Hindi po bang
Sa palagay ko po, that is far-fetched conclusion, Mr. Speaker. I
Hindi po
understand
ba
that they are,
nag-
Mr. Speaker, allow me first to address this question. I understand that there are members here who are more biased about this and they want to make this as something political. But I don't think this is something that we can actually attribute the President to the issue of the 2024-25 elections, although this is a separate discussion altogether. But I'm just giving way to our good gentleman because he premised it on the anti-political dynasty. Again, the straight answer is it has no bearing whatsoever. The President being the cousin of the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, how the House of Representatives receives the National Expenditure Program, how the House of Representatives deliberated individual budget of each agencies, how the House of Representatives went on to participate in the bicameral conference, and how the House of Representatives ratified the result of the bicameral conference committee, Mr.
Hindi
Speaker.
po ba ang nagre-recommenda National Expenditures Program ay ang Pangulo?
It is called the President's budget, Mr. Speaker.
So
but
it
I
is
don't
the
think
President's budget, and it's a fact that 48,243,000 was allocated for the First District of Leyte because he is the cousin of the President, and 30 billion was given to the First District of Ilocos Norte, the son of the President, and it will not happen if they are not a political dynasty.
Mr. Speaker, if
Family.
I was not observing my Ramadan, Mr. Speaker, I could have also shout as loud as Congressman Irise.
If I may,
but
Mr.
because
If I may,
I'm
Mr.
passing
Sponsor.
a Ramadan, I'm prohibited, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor,
Allow me first, Mr.
allow me
Speaker.
first. May I remind the gentleman to stop, to bring down the decibels a bit. Shouting will not do us an advantage here. Let's debate in a proper way. Just a friendly reminder. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, let me respond to my good friend and one I respect, Mr. Speaker, very, very calmly. The President acted as the President of Republic of the Philippines, not as a cousin of the former Speaker. The former Speaker acted as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, voted by majority of the members of the House of Representatives. They have separate mandate, they have separate authority. To say the opposite is not only accusing these two gentlemen, but it is, Mr. Speaker, a very sheer example or conclusory, like one that is having a bias. So I doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the gentleman from Caloocan, one of our respected legislator, would have to derive into that conclusion, discussing about political dynasty and framing it in a way that highlights the blood relation between the sitting president and the former Speaker of the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Noong panahon po ni Pangulong Duterte, ang Quadcom sinabi po na 51 billion yung flood control program ni Congressman Paulo Duterte. Bakit po nangyari yon? Diba dahil political dynasty rin sila? At ang Pangulo rin ay ang kanyang ama? Yan po, ang sinabi ng Quadcom.
Mr. Speaker,
Tama po ba?
Mr. Speaker,
What is true to Duterte is not true to the Marcoses. They are both political dynasties.
Mr. Speaker, there are issues, Mr. Speaker, do not necessarily share by one family, especially if this is about political issues, etc. That's why you have many families running against each other. Because it does not necessarily mean that one family share the same political ideology or advocacy or opinion. But let me frame it to a more actual occurrences in the past, Mr. Speaker. And what the gentleman is referring to, the 2025 budget. It went through, the whole country was watching, Mr. Speaker, during the deliberation. It went through the committee hearings. It passed through the House of Senate. Senate is also parallel doing their own version. And mind you, Mr. Speaker, the 2025 version of the House of the budget was not the 100% reflective of the House version, the one that we adopted in 2025. Mind you, Mr. Speaker, what we adopted in the House of Representatives has the education sector has the highest number of budget amount House version. When it went to the BICAM, it was changed, Mr. Speaker. So where was the participation of the President vis-a-vis the House at the time, former Speaker Martin Romualdez? There was none, if you ask me.
There was.
There was none, Mr. Speaker.
There
Number
was.
two.
The House ratified
Allow me to,
the
Mr.
BICAM report.
Mr.
The House
Speaker, again,
ratified.
I would pretend that the good gentleman from Caloocan is observing the proper decorum because I am under fasting, Mr. Speaker. I would humbly request him, for the sake of our shared Abrahamic faith, to please avoid shouting.
Sorry.
Because I can hear you. I can hear you quite clearly, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor, may
Thank
I just
you.
respond to you?
Yeah, I will. Yes.
Allow
me first.
I am not angry.
Allow me
This is
first
just
to
my
continue.
natural voice. And I'm very passionate about this because I've been fighting for political dynasties yung nilabanan ko. Buti pa nga, buhay pa ako. At napahirapan talaga ako ng gusto. At alam ko yung frame of mind ng karaniwang mga political dynasties. So, yung pong boses ko, hindi po ibig sabihin galit ako. Ito po ay passion. Passion. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you for that explanation. I agree, Mr. Speaker, that the good gentleman from Caloocan is very, very passionate. And the District of Caloocan is very, very fortunate to have the likes of Congressman Irisi as the representative, Your Honor. That's why I said, isa po siya sa nire-respect. I'm not saying this because he's standing across me. He really is earned my respect. Again, to respond to the question, number one, wala pong nakikita tayo doon na participation. In fact, the President vetoed a portion of the 2025 DAA, Mr. Speaker. So that would again conclude the response of this representation. And if I may request, Mr. Speaker, the good gentleman, to go back to the main topic, which is the anti-political dynasty. And if possible, we can segue with the 2025 budget, but I would suggest that we don't dwell our time in the debate and argument on the 2025 budget, which has already been the subject of many things, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to point out that political dynasties breeds corruption. And during the time of Speaker Romualdez and President Marcos, dito po nangyari yung pinakamalaking pagnanakaw sa kaban ng bayan. And we cannot not put blame to this House. Kasi po niratify natin yung BICAM Committee Report. Hindi po ako kasama nun. Hindi ako kasama nung 19th Congress. Niraratify po yan. At yan po nangyari, 800 billion diversions and amendments noong 2023. 2024 po, 700 billion. At 2025, 300 billion plus. Hindi po yan nangyari kung naniniwala ako kung wala pong monopoly of power. Kasi po dito lang sa bansa natin, nangyari na wala po akong alam na bansa na ang presidente, yung kanyang pinsang buo ay speaker at yung kanyang anak ay majority leader. Kaya po, sa tingin ko, isa ito sa dahilan kung bakit nagkakaroon po ng problema sa check and balance. Anyway,
Mr. Speaker, may I respond? May I respond?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, that is the opinion, Mr. Speaker, of the gentleman from Caloocan. It does not make it as a fact. All of us are entitled to have our own opinions, and that is his opinion. My opinions differ from that of the gentleman from Caloocan. And let me just quote, Mr. Speaker, because I was reminded by one of the participants in Carmona, Mr. Speaker. The one that is actually against anti-political dynasty. According to him, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "Those who wish to steal will steal. It does not follow that people are related. If they want to steal, they will steal." That's a very logical and practical and pragmatic way of understanding things. No? Hindi naman nangangulugan na magkakamag-anak ay lahat niyan sila magnanakaw. Kasi kung magnanakaw ang isang tao, hindi kinakailangan maging anak ng hari palag magnakaw. Kung ayaw magnakaw ng tao, maski hari yan, hindi yan magnanakaw. And I'm sorry to Congressman Benny Abante, let me quote a passage in the Bible, the story of King Solomon. I mean, he's a king. He governs all the sort of any kingdoms, but he did not steal anything. And the witness of that is the Bible. I'm citing to you this, Mr. Speaker, because each of us would have his or her opinion. And this opinion cannot be treated as a fact. So that is the opinion of the good gentleman from Caloocan, which I respect. And I think that his opinion is wrong. And that is my opinion, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Totoo po yun na kung ang isang tao ay ayaw magnakaw, hindi magnanakaw. Pero kung ang tao ay gusto magnakaw, magnanakaw siya. Pero mas madaling magnakaw kung yung tatay mo yung nakabantay sa kaban ng bayan at yung tsuhin ay siya namang may hawak ng susi. Anyway, I'll go to the next item, equal access. Ang parehong probisyon ng konstitusyon ay nagsasabi rin na dapat garantihan ang pantay na pagkakataon ng mga mamamayan na kapagsilbi sa... Ngayon po, kung governor, vice governor, magpinsan, mayor, kapatid, tatay, congressman, kapatid, congressman, lolo, senador, saan pa po papasok yung mga leader kabataan, mga profesional, mga reform advocate, yung mga magagaling na mamamayan na gusto
overcrowded ng politika, halimbawa ng family, yung mga posisyon, paano naman yung ibang political families o ibang kandidato, saan sila pupwesto? Pupwesto naman, pwede naman po sila kasi ang halalan, kung nasa sa tamang taon ka, edad, wala ka namang kaso, hindi ka naman madideclare nuisance, at meron ka namang partido na nire-representa at nininominate ka ng partido mo, pwede ka naman tumakbo. Wala naman nagsasabing bawal eh. Kaya nga po, ang aking kasagutan sa aking kaibigan at mukhang tutulungan po niya ako dito, kailangan natin i-pair itong anti-political dynasty. Balikan po natin yung campaign finance. Kasi isa po yan sa mga issue na kailangan natin tingnan para ma-level yung playing field, yung gustong tumakbo, magkaroon ng better chance. Kasi naniniwala man po talaga ako kay Congressman Irice, meron talagang mga qualified na candidate na because they don't have that resources, ay wala silang pagkakataon na manalo. So baka pwede natin balikan yung mga electoral reform measures tulad po ng campaign finance, strengthening political system, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Tama po yun sapagkat, Mr. Speaker, kapag nagpapalit-palitan yung isang pamilya sa dekada-dekadang mga eleksyon, talagang mahihirapan dahil sa name recall pa lang, talo ka na. Di ba? Pangalawa, yung financial resources, nagagamit yung pondo ng bayan, AKAP, AIX, tupad, di ba? Ganun. At mga proyekto. At ito po ay nagpapalakas ng kasi po yung mga political dynasties, ang aking pananaw, para manatili sila sa kapangyarihan, gagawin nila ang lahat eh. Kaya mapasok na po dyan yung corruption, patronage, politics, at ang hindi na po yung kaunlaran ng bayan kung minsan yung naasikaso, kundi yung political dependency ng mga sila matanggal sa pwesto, manatili sila sa pwesto. Kaya nga, pagkatagal-tagal na nila sa pwesto. At makikita nyo, yung pinakamahihirap na bayan sa ating bansa ay pinamumunuan, pinagaharian ng mga political families. Yun ang sponsor. Kung ang mandato ng konstitusyon ay pagbawal ang political dynasties, ngunit ang batas na ipapasa natin, it will still allow the domination of political monopoly and will really limit the participation of ordinary citizens. Hindi ba sa tingin nyo pwede itong ma-question sa Korte Suprema?
Mr. Speaker, the reason why we are actually trying to at least balance it out, no? The equal access for all for public service, and it is in the first line, Article 26, Section 2, no? The state shall ensure equal opportunity to public service, and then there comes the next line, which is prohibiting the anti-political dynasty, is in order that we avoid a possible question or petition before the Supreme Court. That is what we intend to avoid. Because I personally would like to, I should be candid about this, no? Let me be honest with this. It is not, as a form of a track record, it is not good on my reputation to sponsor something which later on struck by the Supreme Court as constitutional. But to give you the direct answer, yes, anything can be questioned before the Supreme Court. This is a Republican democratic country. Anybody can do so.
Salamat po. Nais kong banggitin po sa ating chairman ng Committee on Suffrage na napakalayo po ng bersyon ng panukalang batas na tinatalakay natin dito sa bersyon na inaprubahan ng committee sa Senado. Ang pagkakaiba ng malayo po ang magpapatuloy po tayo sa bersyon ito, hindi kaya posibleng magkaroon ng deadlock o impasse sa bicameral conference committee at kung mangyayari yun, hindi po ba magiging resulta ay walang anti-political dying na pasa?
And again, Mr. Speaker, that is what we do, no, and what does as much as possible try to avoid. There will be discussions, I'm sure. Sigurado po yan. Medyo mainit po yung discussion sa BICAM, sigurado po, dahil yung may mga disagreeing provisions nga po. Kaya nga po magkakaroon, I think, ng mas masusing, ang narinig ko nga po kay Senate President, gusto niya live stream ng BICAM. Tayo naman po bilang chairman ay wala naman po problema kung ila-live stream ito para maging transparent po ating proseso. So inaiwasan po natin yan. We're hoping na magkakaroon talaga ng debate.
Ito po ay priority bill ng ating Pangulo. Tama po ba?
Yes po, isa po ito sa na-considera na LEDAC priority, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
So ito po ay napag-usapan sa LEDAC.
Napag-usapan po ito sa LEDAC, I'm sure. Because,
ano po napagkasunduan? Kasi po, nandun po ang ating Pangulo na siya po nag-prioritize na ito at pinangako niya ito sa kanyang mga pahayag sa mga mamamayan. Nandun din po ang miyembro ng mababang kapulungan, nandun din yung miyembro ng Senado. Wala po bang napagkasunduan kung anong uri? Dahil alam ko po, alam ng ating Pangulo yung ibig sabihin ng anti-political dynasty. Hindi po ba ito na pag-usapan man lang? Dahil alam ko po, para mas madali ang mga batas, kaya nga tayo nagbubuo ng LEDAC para mapapag-usapan na, para sa ganun ay hindi na masyadong malayo yung mga magiging bersyon ng bawat batas sa bawat kapulungan. Hindi ba ito napag-usapan?
Naintindihan ko po yung practicality na sinasabi po ni Congressman na aking kaibigan, magalang-galang na Irise. Ngunit ang Pangulo po, totoo po yung kanyang sinasabi through his spokesperson, si Yusek Castro, na ginagalang po ng Pangulo yung proseso at independensa ng mababa at ng makapulungan at ng Senado. Sinasabi po niya kinakailangan magkaroon na ng legal definition ang anti-political dynasty. Ngunit kung paano po itong proseso na ito, paano po mag-arrive into different versions ang Kongreso, ang House of Representatives, ang Senado, ay kanya po itong nirerespeto sa pamamagitan ng hindi pag-intervene kung ano po yung magiging paksa o bersyon nitong dalawang kapulungan na ito. Dahil meron naman po talaga tayong mekanismo, ito po yung BICAM. Pero naninanais ko po sabihin kay Congressman Irise, ang very strict po na natatanggap natin na galing sa Pangulo at very much open naman po ang kanyang opisina na kinakailangan may anti-political dynasty at magkaroon na ng definisyon para mabuhay ang konstitusyon pagdating sa paglilimita ng monopolya ng bawat pamilya sa bawat distrito o bawat locality sa ating bansa.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the version coming from this House is authored by the son of the President.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
And he did not consult the President on what's on the President's mind in prioritizing this particular bill.
I cannot speak for the majority leader, neither would I know the family dynamics.
But the majority
what they
leader
discuss
is the
on table
author.
on dinner table. But my association with the majority leader is me being the chairman of the electoral reform, and he as our majority leader. We don't discuss about family matters or what discussions they discuss it over on the table with the president. So I would not know, Mr. Speaker.
Di po ba ang purpose ng LEDAC ay para magkaroon ng isang direksyon ang gobyerno? May isang polisiya ba o ang umiiral?
The purpose of LEDAC, Mr. Speaker, is for the national government to identify priority legislations that might be needed to attain the objective of a certain administration. In this case, the Marcos administration felt that we need to be to the 40 years na nakastagnant na anti-political dynasty as far as this proposal is concerned.
Mr. Speaker, so you are saying that the only objective of the President is to provide a definition and not political reforms?
That is to make it more simple, but the impact of this proposal, Mr. Speaker, is to change altogether the political landscape. As stated earlier, Mr. Speaker, I have given you actual numbers on the direct impact of the anti-political dynasty on the municipal, city, government, and national level, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi po
Your Honor.
magkakaroon ng direct impact yung mga sinabi niyo pong numero, lilipat lang po ng posisyon.
That we cannot do because we
Yes,
are
lilipat lang po.
I am here as a sponsor, not as
Yes.
as clairvoyance. I cannot predict what will happen to those who will be displaced by this anti-political dynasty measure.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to go further. Because this is no longer just about legislative inconsistency. This is about sincerity. If this House passes a bill that effectively protects political dynasties, then what message that send? It sends a message that the President reform ay hindi totoo. That his promise to prevent repetition of trillion peso corruption, particularly in sectors like flood control, ay hindi seryoso. That instead of real reforms, what we are seeing is appeasement, delay, at pagpapalit ng bayan. Marami na po nagrarally against anti-political dynasty. Let us not deceive ourselves. When you file a weak law, when you pass a diluted version, when you allow contradiction between the House and the Senate, you are not solving the problem. You are buying time until people get tired, people forget, and accountability disappears. And that is the danger. Because corruption thrives not only in secrecy, but in delay, distraction, and deception. Mr. Speaker, ulitin ko po. Bilang pagwawakas, ulitin ko lang po, mabuti. Kung may papasa natin yung batas na ito, ay kung ako po ay tatakbong governor at nanalo, makakaupo ako.
Sana manalo ka.
Kung manalo po. Okay? Hypothetical question. Kung ako po ay tumakbong governor, nanalo ko, makakaupo ako. Tama po? Pwede?
Yes, kung manalo po kayo.
Kung yung anak ko ay tumakbo na congressman sa 1st District at nanalo po, makakaupo din po.
Yes po, kung manalo.
Pwede po.
Kung manalo po.
Dalawa na kami. Yung isa ko pong anak, dalawa lang po yung anak ko. Tumakbo naman sa District 2 ng Caloocan at nanalo, makakaupo din po.
Kung manalo po siya.
Manalo po. Tama,
Manalo po
tatlo
siya.
na kami. Yung asawa ko po na hindi nakikialam sa politika dahil sa batas na may papasa na ito, nagka-interest na. Biglang tumakbo na senador. Pwede pa rin manalo at makaupo yung asawa.
Naku, ang laki ng gastos nyo, Manong Geres.
di bali po.
Manong Egay, ha?
Pero pwede po.
Kung manalo po siya.
Yung pamangking ko po at tumakbo ng vice mayor ng Caloocan, nanalo. Pwede pa rin po makaupo.
Kung manalo po siya, and I hope that is not your plan, ha?
Hindi nga po.
Medyo malaki yung gagastos.
Na-encourage po ako sa batas nyo eh. Sa panukala nyo. Pwede. 5.
Kung mananalo po, kasi ang taong bayan po ang magde-decide,
Kaya nga po,
Mr. Speaker, Your
tanong mo
Honor.
nga lang po kung pwede. Pwede po.
Tama po, kung siya po yung pinoto ng ating taong bayan, sila po yung may kapangyarihan. So tama po, mananalo po kung binoto
At yung
ng taong bayan.
sister-in-law ko po, kung tumakbo pong mayor at nanalo, pwede pa rin makaupo.
Pag nanalo po at binoto siya ng taong bayan, mauupo po talaga siya.
So, ito po ay hindi po anti-political dynasty law. It will institutionalize political dynasties. At palagay ko po, nag-Pinoy-henyo tayo, pwede ka na pwede. Kaya ang final na sagot ko po, hindi to anti-political dynasty law. Ito po ay isang budol. 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 Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. Allow me to respond, Mr. Speaker, to the opinion of my good friend, Congressman Egay Irise. There's never been any anti-political dynasty in this country for 40 years. This is the first time that we provide measure that policy, state policy, so that we can actually decentralize, decongest, and weaken the control of family over political resources over one political unit, Mr. Speaker. And to say the least is, to me, Mr. Speaker, does not have any point of reference. It does not hold any water because the current setup, Mrs. Speaker, is allowing each and every one, regardless of whether or not you are a son, you're a daughter. This time, we have spelled out that there's no way a relative without the second degree of consanguinity affinity be allowed to occupy public office. And that is progressive to me. That is progress. That is moving towards to none, to zero, to something, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honors. We may differ our own interpretation. We may oppose this proposal. But what is certain, Mrs. Speaker, what is certain is we allow the people to choose their leaders, and we disallow any family that would control resources of one political family simply because of their chances of winning, simply because that they are dominant in one particular family. And that is what we intend to break, concentration of powers, Mr. Speaker, without necessarily preventing, disallowing, or curtailing the right of the Filipino people to exercise their preferential right. As a Republican democratic state, the right to vote is the most important right of all. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat. Please shake your hands, both of you. Tukran. Mr. Sponsor, maraming salamat, Congressman Erice. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Lordan G. Suwan from the 1st District of Cagayan de Oro for his interpellation.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
The gentleman from the 1st District of Cagayan de Oro City, Representative Lordan G. Swan, you are recognized, sir.
Mr. Speaker, before we allow the good
please.
gentleman, my good friend, the good gentleman from the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro, I would
Yes,
just
Mr.
like
Sponsor.
I would just like to inform the body that by 6:30 this representation will need to break his fasting, and if the good gentleman is not yet finished by that time, I would apologize that I have to break my fast and then come back later on after I have done with my iftar, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if the majority leader in the speaker would allow me to do so.
Well, that's noted.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
a
Speaker.
month of Ramadan.
Now I'm ready to accept questions from the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro.
Gentleman will have about 22 minutes. Congressman Swan, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from Lanao del Sur yield to some questions?
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, may silingan, my good friend, Congressman Suwan.
And you will have my guarantee that I will not take longer than a few minutes.
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Speaker, may I request the good gentleman, the endorser, to focus his attention on Section 7, paragraphs 2 and 3. The persons belonging to a potential dynasty relationship shall have 48 hours from receipt of such notice or from the posting thereof to choose among themselves which person shall assume office in the event that any two of them obtain favorable election results, and to submit their joint written agreement to the COMELEC. If no agreement has been reached after such period, the COMELEC shall proceed with the drawing of lots to decide who amongst them may be favored by luck.
Yes, according to the proposed draft of the measure, Mr. Speaker, the drawing of lots would take place before the election, Mr. Speaker, and upon the notice by the committee, Mr. Speaker.
So will this happen, Mr. Speaker,
I'm sorry, COMELEC, yes.
during the filing?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, 48 hours upon receipt of notice.
So this won't happen after the May elections, only during the filing?
I believe so, Mr. Speaker, according to the draft bill, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. 48 hours upon the receipt of the notice, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it is my opinion that public office is a sacred trust given by the people through elections, and that it should not be treated like a raffle or a game of chance. Allowing luck to determine who assumes the elective position will disregard the will of the voters even the preparation of the candidates, and most especially the seriousness of public service. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, this provision on drawing of lots, this might lead to unintended dangerous consequences, especially considering here in the Philippines that even among close families, there might be quarrels because of the drawing of lots. Can you just imagine if the opponent of that certain family will pay off or will induce a member of the family to run just so they will come upon the circumstance where it will fall into drawing of lots? What will happen if an estranged parent or an estranged brother will be induced to run by the opponent just to jeopardize the chances of the qualified candidate? That, I think that is a consequence that we must prepare for, especially here in the Philippines where the incentive of money is prevalent. And also, I think that instead of relying on the possible drawing of lots in cases of disagreement between family members, I think it would be more prudent for us to instead adopt a more rational and fair policy. And I think that the practical solution, therefore, would be for the COMELEC to select the qualified candidate or the qualified winner according to the following criteria. First, for the COMELEC to prioritize and recognize the candidate who is running for the higher position, in case there is disagreement within the family. Because the one who is running for the higher position, there is a clearer hierarchy of leadership and responsibility. So I think we should prioritize, again, the person running for the higher position. And secondly, the COMELEC should consider the candidate who has served the most number of years in any elective position, as this would mean that there is substantive experience in public service. Mr. Speaker, would you agree that it would be more fair to set guidelines instead of just drawing of lots?
Yes, and I understand, Mr. Speaker, that there will be an instance where the sitting representative of the district is still an incumbent, and probably one of his brothers or sisters within that second-degree prohibition might be able to might run according to, if there are some, especially if there are some disagreements among the family members. So if we are to pursue deciding it through a draw lots, that would be unfair to the incumbent. There we have a principle, Mr. Speaker, of the equity of incumbent. So though only one candidate would win in a congressional district, I think the draw lots would somehow too extreme for me as a way to resolve the issue on prohibition, Mr. Speaker. So yes, I am amenable to any possible amendments that might come after from the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro.
Mr. Speaker, in cases where two or more relatives in the second degree are elected to positions with multiple seats within the same political unit, such as councilors or senators, may we also suggest that the candidate with a higher number of votes be allowed to assume office? For example, if they both run for the city council or for the municipal council, then maybe we should consider the family member who garnered the higher number of votes. Would you agree?
I would agree, because that would speak about the acceptance of people through votes, that among these family members, I guess the one that garners the most number of votes is the one that is more acceptable to the people, and the people wanting him to be of service in whatever capacity he was elected to.
May we also suggest that in cases where those who would form a prohibited dynastic relationship are elected to distinct positions within the same political unit, it shall be the candidate elected to the higher office which shall assume the higher position. For example, if someone were to run for vice mayor and another family member were to run for city councilor and both of them were elected, would it not be fairer for the one who won with a higher position to be selected?
Mr. Speaker, it's a tricky question if you ask me, because the premise is that all of them are currently serving as vice mayor and councilor. Am I right?
Yes.
With the absence of this law, Mr. Speaker, and there are a lot of areas where brothers and sisters and family and daughters, are serving simultaneously in one locality in different positions: one mayor, one vice mayor, one councilors. So if we are to apply this automatically in 2025, but definitely their mandate would also expire. Then there's no problem if we are to implement this. But in terms of the incumbency, equity of incumbency, it has to also hold water in deciding who among them would be allowed to run. I think equity of incumbent is number one criteria. And number two criteria, of course, is the hierarchy of position one is seeking. So I guess, again, we can discuss this in the period of amendment if there are more practical solutions that the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro would wish to propose as part of his amendments, then this representation is willing to listen and probably willing to accept, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, we are amenable to such an idea, Mr. Speaker. And again, Mr. Speaker, when the above rules creates a situation in which a position in a political unit is left vacant, may we also suggest that the rules on succession shall apply, and if inapplicable, then the next highest vote getter shall be proclaimed and be allowed to assume office.
That's very clear. That's under the law. Law of succession should prevail if ever there's incapacity or vacancy of an office. I agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And Mr. Speaker, I shall hope to make the appropriate motion during the period of amendments. Another question, Mr. Speaker. Under the current electoral regime, are there any limitations to family members running for office under the current political regime which we have right now?
There is none, Mr. Speaker.
So regarding the degree of relationship, why not choose the fourth degree of relationship instead of the 2 degrees?
Mr. Speaker, because number one, that we have already references. I've quoted some of them. Just to give you a few, number one is the BSK elections, 2nd degree. The Bangsamoro Electoral Code, 2nd degree. These are clear bases, legal bases, by which the committee can also draw its conclusion in adopting the 2nd degree. And number 3 is because of the transcript that we have obtained. Some of the members of the framers of the Constitution, in fact, did propose the 2nd degree of consanguinity. So the intent of the law during the discussion on the CONCOM was actually the 2nd degree of consanguinity and affinity. And this has also been supported by retired Associate Justice Ascuna and many other legal luminaries and election officers. And lastly, COMELEC. COMELEC actually opted and requested us that we settle with the 2nd degree of consanguinity and affinity because it would be too problematic for them. The practicality and the enforceability of this law, if should we decide the 4th degree, would be disaster for COMELEC. And so, because of the Pamatong versus COMELEC, this is a ruling order of the Supreme Court to make it as easy as possible, the election, so that it would not too much burden for the COMELEC to provide and secure fair, orderly election. Mas maganda na practical and orderly, mas maganda na hindi masyadong complicated yung proseso na gagawin. So we chose the more less complicated, which has the backing of legal luminaries, framers of the Constitution, and which also has the backing of an actual policy currently now, PSK law and the electoral reform of the BARM. That's why we chose the 2nd degree of consanguinity and affinity as our civil degree prohibition in applying the anti-political dynasty provision of the Constitution.
One more question, Mr. Speaker. Is there any empirical data supporting the current measure of this bill?
The current data, Mr. Speaker, is the one that I just provided. If we are to, you mean to say the effect of this law, or is there a backing?
Yes. Is there any data backing?
Well, number one, Mr. Speaker, is the Constitution. That's one. The Constitution explicitly.
I mean the empirical data, for example, figures, how many positions will be affected.
Yeah, okay.
Those things.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. I just, again, let me reiterate the data that I just quoted earlier during the question of Congressman Diokno and Congressman Erice. The LP came out with a study, Mr. Speaker, that out of 1,453, have that data? I have here, Mr. Speaker, the letter of the League of Municipalities of the Philippines signed by Honorable Attorney John Edward Gando, Municipality of Jordan, Guimaras. He is the General Legal Counsel of this association. So, just want to quote to you the second paragraph of the letter. In light of the proposed criteria for elective eligibility, the LMP has conducted the review of 1,403 municipalities it represents. The data is intended to serve as a baseline for understanding the potential scope of the legislation. An estimate of about 917 mayors, approximately 61%, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, of the total membership currently serve in jurisdictions where they have immediate or extended families with history of elective service will be affected directly. So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, 91% should this proposed legislation becomes a law, automatic 61% of the total number of LGUs, which comprise 1,493, would be affected. And the amount is 917 will be vacated by the current occupant of that position by virtue of their relationship with the other public officials in that locality, Mr. Speaker. So yes, there will be a direct effect once this bill becomes a law. The second degree of consanguinity.
And that is only for the second degree.
That is only for the second degree, Mr. Speaker. And we're only talking about the LMP. We're not even talking about the city mayors and the governors, Mr. Speaker. And there are also a lot. We also have data for that. We can provide the good gentleman with the data should he wishes, Mr. Speaker, to secure some of the data that we have, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. So, as the honorable sponsor is aware, I was an author of, I think, one of the most restrictive bills on this measure. I called for a fourth degree ban and only one per family. However, after serious deliberations within the committee and even in public consultations, it was repeatedly emphasized that implementing a fourth degree ban would be impractical. And I believe you in saying that it would be almost impossible to implement on the ground, considering that there is no direct document regarding such relationships within the fourth degree, and that it would mean that if we insist on the fourth degree, then the COMELEC will be burdened with thousands of cases, which I think it would be impossible for them to solve or to decide upon before the election itself. And so, in light of these considerations, Mr. Speaker, I have reconsidered my position to ensure that we craft a bill that not only obeys the constitutional mandate of prohibiting political dynasties, but also respects the other constitutional provisions. And most importantly, one that we can implement properly and feasibly on the ground. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I express my full support for this bill.
Speaker, allow me to extend my deepest gratitude to Congressman Lord Dansuan of Cagayan de Oro. I know his measure, Mrs. Speaker, is one of the strictest and most restrictive version of all the 29 versions that we received. But because of common sense, Mr. Speaker, and because he himself wanted to have with finality definition and to allow the provisions in the Constitution to be implemented, Mr. Speaker, he was more than willing to accept any amendments, any introduction of amendments that can reconcile his versions with the other 28 versions. And with that, Mr. Speaker, it exemplifies, Mr. Speaker, not him being a politician, but being a statesman, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, dagang salamat sa atong katawhan kagikan sa 2nd District ng Cagayan de Oro.
Thank you.
Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm willing to continue on with the debate. Although it's almost 6:30, may I be allowed to break my fasting, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to exercise my religious rights.
Noted, Congressman. Majority Leader, shall we call for a suspension? Session suspended. Session resume. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 8389.
There is a motion to suspend. Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Session is suspended. Few minutes. Ready? Session resume. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to designate the following members of the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill number 8418 and Senate Bill number 1982, authorizing the President of the Philippines to suspend or reduce the excise taxes on petroleum products during national or global economic emergencies. Representative Attorney Miro S. Kimbo, Representative Christine Singson Mihan, Representative Ernesto M. Junicio Jr., Representative Attorney Jennifer Karen A. Lagbas, and Representative Terry L. Redon, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. There's a motion to designate the aforementioned members to the said conference committee. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to take up additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of resolutions and bills on first reading, as well as the communications and committee reports.
Secretary General, please proceed as directed.
Additional reference of business resolutions. House Resolution 883 urging the Department of Energy, the National Power Corporation, and the Energy Regulatory Commission to implement immediate measures to mitigate the impact of rising fuel prices on electricity rates in areas served by the small group SPOG, and directing the House Committee on Energy to conduct an inquiry on the fuel price pass-through mechanisms affecting off-grid communities by Representatives Ong Chuan and Rodriguez Eulogio.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Resolution 884, organizing the Philippines-Tibet Parliament in Exile Parliamentarians Friendship Association by Representatives Rodriguez Rufus and Rodriguez Maximo.
To the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy.
House Resolution 885, requesting the Office of the President and the Independent Commission for Infrastructure to release its accomplishment reports by Representatives Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, and Ungab.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 886, directing the Committee on Energy to conduct an inquiry on the status of the Agus Pulangi hydroelectric complexes, including any reported unsolicited proposals, rehabilitation plans, or concession arrangements, and to determine compliance with Section 47F of Republic Act No. 9136 or IPIRA by Representatives Dagook, De Jesus, Emano, and Adyong.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 887, resolution for the appropriate committees to conduct an inquiry on fuel subsidy program of the Department of Agriculture by Representative Duterte Harold James.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 888, urging the Department of Agriculture to increase the fuel subsidy for fisherfolk, streamline registration processes, and access special funds to bolster the resilience of the fishery sector against economic and climate shock. Representative Sendanya, Jokno, Ismula, and Bagao.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Resolution 889, directing the Committee on Energy to conduct an inquiry into the imposition of line rental charges under the wholesale electricity spot market WESM rules and their impact on consumer electricity rates nationwide by Representative Ong Chuan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 890, resolution congratulating and commending Carl L. Druyulo for winning the gold medal in the men's floor exercise at the 2026 FIG Artistic Gymnastics World Cup Series in Antalya, Turkey by Representative D. Faustino Michael Carlos.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 891, congratulating and commending Filipina-American cinematographer Autumn Durald Arcapaw for making history as the first woman to win the Academy Award for Best Cinematography at the 98th Academy Awards by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Bryan, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Resolution 892, authorizing the House Committee on Justice to implement Section 8 of the Rules of Procedure in Impeachment Proceedings relating to the protection of complainants and witnesses, and further authorizing the committee to continue the conduct of impeachment proceedings and the exercise of ancillary powers during the recess of the House of Representatives from 21 March 2026 to 3 May 2026 by Representatives D. Faustino Marcos and Lebanon.
Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated March 16, 2026, informing the House of Representatives that on even date the Senate passed the following Senate bills in which it requests the concurrence of the House. Senate Bill 1719, declaring the month of April of every year as the Philippine Veterans Month.
To the Committee on Rules.
Senate Bill 1908, mandating law enforcement officers to use a body-worn camera during law enforcement operations, providing penalties for violations.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
Senate Bill 1910, providing for a free financial literacy education for Overseas Filipino Workers and their families.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
Senate Bill 1917, providing for protection of the remittances of overseas Filipino workers.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
Senate Bill 1937, institutionalizing support for public basic education schools in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, GIDA, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated March 16, 2026, informing the House that on even date the Senate passed the following House bills. House Bill 6640, granting Philippine citizenship to Maudo Diouf, and House Bill 6641, granting Philippine citizenship to Elizabeth Jeanette Means.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee report number 214, submitted by the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 8609. Committee report number 215, submitted by the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 8610. Committee report number 216, submitted by the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 8611. Committee report number 217, submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 8612. Committee report number 218, submitted by the Committee on Energy on House Bill number 8619. Committee report number 219, submitted by the Committee on Energy on House Bill number 8620. Committee report number 220, submitted by the Committee on Health and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 8621. Committee report number 221, submitted by the Committee on Health and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 8622. Committee report number 222, submitted by the Committee on Health and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 8623. Committee report number 223, submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, the Committee on Appropriations and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill 8626. Committee report number 224, submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, Committee on Appropriations and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill number 8627.
The aforementioned, as stated, are referred to Committee on Rules. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution number 892. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said resolution.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Resolution number 892, resolution authorizing the House Committee on Justice to implement Section 8 of the Rules of Procedure in Impeachment Proceedings relating to the protection of complainants and witnesses, and further authorizing the committee to continue the conduct of impeachment proceedings and the exercise of ancillary powers during the recess of the House of Representatives from 21 March 2026 to 3 May 2026.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution 892.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 839. 839.
892.
892. And corrected. May I repeat? There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 892. All those in favor, say aye. All those who are against it, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 892 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution number 839. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said resolution.
Secretary General, please proceed, ma'am.
House Resolution 839, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of the Honorable Estanislao V. Valdez, former representative of the Lone Legislative District of Sultan Kudarat during the 8th and 9th Congresses.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution 839.
Thank you, Majority Leader. There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 839. All those in favor say aye. All those who are against it say no, nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 839 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session until tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Session is suspend.
Motion to suspend for a few minutes.
Kindly withdraw.
Motion to withdraw. Motion.
Please proceed.
Motion to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Majority Leader. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Oh,
Mr. Speaker, I rise
Yes.
today on a matter of personal and collective privilege.
may I know on that the nature of your personal and collective privilege.
Mr.
tonight,
Speaker,
tonight. Go
this
ahead, sir.
is regarding the March for Privilege speech of Representative Ann Matibag, as well as the order of the House dated March 4, 2026, wherein the Committee on Ethics and Privileges were authorized to conduct a hearing in relation to the privilege speech that was given by Representative Ann Matibag, as well as the motion requiring the respondent, the Honorable Bong Sontay, to attend the said hearing, and as well as the motion authorizing the Committee on Ethics to immediately report its findings.
Thank you, four-piece party list. Balos.
Mr. Speaker,
Sir, you have 10 minutes.
thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order for the Committee on Ethics and Privileges to abide with the order of the House dated March 4, 2026, I would like to request the majority to move that the Committee on Ethics be authorized to conduct a hearing tomorrow pursuant to the privilege speech of Representative Ann Matibag. I would also like to request the majority to move to require Representative Bong Sontay to attend the said hearing, as well as authorizing the Committee on Ethics to immediately report its findings. I would also like to take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to assure the private complainants who also filed a case against the same respondent that their grievances will be given due course. That is all, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Abalos. Majority Leader, please. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully move to take action on the personal and collective privilege of the Honorable Abalos, particularly the assurance made to the private complainant that their complaint will be given due course, notwithstanding the recommendation of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges.
So there is a motion. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in cognizance of the personal and collective privilege of the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, I move that the Committee on Ethics and Privileges first conduct a meeting tomorrow, March 18, 2026, relative to the actuations and statements of Representative Jesus Bongsuntay per question of privilege of Representative Ann Matibag delivered on March 4, 2026. Second, to require Respondent Suntay to appear before the hearing. And third, to immediately report to the House its findings and recommendations after its hearing. I so move, Your Honor.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Is there a motion? Is there an objection? Again, there is a motion, and is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until 3:00 p.m. tomorrow, March 18, 2026.
Yes, thank you. Session suspended until 3 o'clock tomorrow, March 18? Yeah, March 18. Session suspended. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Tayo.